9 a.m. I'll call the meeting to order. We not only have a quorum, we have 100% attendance. Would you please stand and for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance this morning by Dr. Squires from Heritage School. Welcome.
Good morning. If you'll please bow with me in prayer. Father God, we give you thanks and praise for all of your mighty works. You are a loving, good, and gracious God. Thank you for creating us and sustaining us day by day. Thank you that you made us in your image to exist in community and fellowship with others. We thank you for the city of Fredericksburg. We thank you for our elected officials, the businesses, the churches, the families, the individuals that make our city unique and a great place. This morning we pray for this council meeting. Please give the council members wisdom and guidance as they deliberate on the important items before them. May every decision be righteous in your sight for our community's benefit and for your glory. We pray all these things in the name of the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Be seated. Item number 4 is ceremonial matters, proclamations, and employee recognitions. Mr. Bailey.
Mayor, Council, we have 6 employee recognitions, all part of the same group, the graduating group of the Texas Tech Highland Lakes Leadership Program. If I could have the 6 individuals that graduated join me up here. We also have Dr. Celia Merrill with us today. Celia, if I could have you come up, I'm going to put you on the spot too. She's the director of Texas Tech University, Fredericksburg, and Highland Lakes. So these are the graduates of the first leadership class that this program put together. We have behind me our Police Chief Brian Borauer, Special Services Lieutenant Braxton Raymer, Derek Seelig, Patrol Lieutenant, Chad Lovelady, Patrol Sergeant, Anna Hudson, Interim Development Services Director. I'm looking on the screen, making sure I'm getting everybody here. And we do not have David Kellum from our Finance Department with us. So these are the graduates. Celia, would you like to say a few words about the program?
Thank you. I just have to say I'm grateful for the interest and support that Fredericksburg showed in participating in this program. It was an incredible experience for me to be able to provide this program. We had folks from Marble Falls, Burnett, and Fredericksburg made up the cohort, and they learned a great deal about leadership, and they presented some amazing projects that was a requirement of the program, that they complete work-based learning projects as a result of their work. And I think you're going to hear a little bit from each of them. So thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for that. And I'll go ahead and start with David Kellum's project since he was not here. David was looking into software to manage budget processes. That should sound pretty familiar to the council. And the research in the project that he did resulted in the city bringing to the council a software package for building and managing our annual budget that the council did approve. We did purchase that, and we're currently using that to build the budget document that was recently submitted and completed and submitted. So that will hopefully make the budget process a lot easier, but the idea of that program was born out of this leadership program. Next, I would like for Brian Borauer to talk just a little bit about his project. And again, I'm keeping these guys to about 1 minute so we don't spend a lot of time up here. Chief?
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My project was over moving code enforcement under the police department. Covered 3 things in the presentation: what the process looks like, the transition timeline, and what are the benefits. So real quickly, I'm just going to keep this under a minute. We went over the process and the budget, what that timeline looked like, through meetings, through the next year's budget planning process. The project was for 2 code enforcement officers to be certified police officers under the police department. They would be uniformed, marked patrol cars, and just a little bit of research that I found in some papers going through this project, where some of the benefits were surveyed code enforcement officers said it would be beneficial for them to be certified officers. And then police officers added an urgency on property owners to comply. Code enforcement was an extension of community policing, customer service, and there's added marked patrol cars in neighborhoods, an already established process, and an ability to train all police officers in common code violations. That was
Good morning. So my project is a community feedback project. I think one of the biggest challenges for police departments is we get feedback from the community, but how often times is that feedback directly from people that directly receive services from us? So I was looking into a software system that will interface with our computer-aided dispatch, that whenever dispatch enters in a call into the system, it triggers a text message that we can do pre-arrival instructions. So if it was a burglary, let's say, we could send instructions to the complainant: don't go in the building, lock yourself in the car, whatever instructions we want. It's completely customizable. As that case moves into investigations, that software system allows us to send case updates of how the case is progressing. But finally, more important to my project was it allows us to send out text surveys to kind of get feedback on how the police department's doing. And really the goal of it is just to make sure that the services that we provide are meeting the expectations of the community. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council in Clinton. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude for being able to go through this program and for the other career development programs and professional development programs that I've been afforded the opportunity to go through with my time with the City of Fredericksburg Police Department. This leads me into my project, which is a citywide career development program. And this is something that I was tasked by Lieutenant Raymer whenever I was training coordinator for the police department to implement in our department for each officer. My idea is to expand this program to all city employees and have somebody for the city that makes these development programs that are both encouraging people to develop professionally and personally. Some of the benefits of this program would be accident reduction, reduced liability, improve employee retention, and in succession. Whenever people are retiring, we don't have to look outside. We can promote and hire them. Thank you.
Morning. My project was an officer recognition achievement program that we're going to start this next year. It's a way to show these young officers and the officers that we do appreciate their work. It'll include Leadership Award, Officer of the Year Award at the end of the year, also coins that the guys can earn for a job well done, and about it. Project.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I wanted to thank Celia Merrill and the Texas Tech campus for hosting us. We had the opportunity to go up there once a month, and one of the most beneficial parts of the program for me was actually getting to know these guys. We house in different buildings, and getting to ride up there and back with them was actually one of the most beneficial parts of it, getting to know them a little bit better. But for my project, I did some research on tax increment refinance zones, TERS districts, if you will. And so that would be a district that we'd create around the downtown area to help set aside some funds without increasing taxes to help create new public infrastructure that would help us expand upon the success of our golden blocks downtown. We've got a lot of areas around downtown that are prime for redevelopment. If you think of the Peanut Factory, West Main, potentially the middle school campus, there's a lot of areas that are underperforming and some areas that have potential projects that need some connectivity to the rest of downtown. And so I look forward to talking to you more about that tax increment refinance zone. But that was my project.
Okay, Mayor, Council, as you can see, a lot of very familiar sounding projects. Hopefully this is round one of many rounds of Fredericksburg employees participating in this. If you would, join me in a round of applause for our recent graduates. New employees. Yes, sir. So one of the new things we'd like to do is introduce all of the new employees that are hired into the city organization. Some of these are infilling existing positions, and some are new positions. We have 4 positions today, 2 in the Parks Department, 1 in IT, and 1 in Public Works. And we will start with Public Works. Chris?
We're in Hoover, Council. I have the privilege this morning to introduce Harmees Holgan. He's the newest employee within our sanitation department, more specifically at the recycling center. He's a recent grad of FISD, so Fredericksburg High School, one of our youngest employees, and we hope to retain him for a very long time. Harmees?
Yeah, I already know what much to say because I only like doing big crowds, but I just started this job about like 2 months ago. It's going pretty well. I like it. Meeting everybody new and stuff, getting familiar faces around the town. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
So if you have any heavy lifting to be done through the recycling center, it looks like this guy can probably handle it. So thank you, sir. Congratulations for coming on board. Parks Department, Andrea.
Morning, Mayor and Council. We've gotten 2 new employees that I'm getting to introduce this morning. The first one is Jimmy Moore. He's one of our new crew worker ones. He is helping with Market Square, all the special events, and keeping that park looking nice. He started back here a few months ago. And then the other one is Haley Olden, and she just started last week. She's filling our recreation coordinator position, which was the new position that City Council created this past summer. She gets to help Caitlin with our swimming pools and the splash pad and all of our athletic leagues. So I'd like to introduce them.
City Council, thank you guys for giving me the opportunity to work here. I've learned a lot from the guys so far, and I hopefully continue to learn more and progress within the city, and we'll see where it goes. Thank you guys very much.
Hi guys, my name's Haley. I'm your recreation coordinator. I'm really excited for this opportunity. I'm currently in the process of studying for some certifications for lifeguard, LGI, CPOs, and I can help you guys fully staff your aquatics programs for this summer. And I look forward to any new opportunities that come our way. Nice meeting everyone.
And finally, our IT department, Eric.
Mayor and Council, I also want to reach out and let you guys know we really appreciate the opportunity that y'all gave us through the city as a whole to add these new employees. It has been a great benefit to us. I want to introduce Brandon Gold. He's the newest team member. Brandon has about 15 years of experience in the field, and here recently in the past 8 years, he has been in the network administrator and also systems administrator field, where he's been able to attain quite a bit of a skill set and experience in that. And Brandon, if you want to talk about your personal.
That's nice to meet you. Brandon Gold, born and raised here. My wife was born and raised here. I currently have 5 kids. Looking forward to raising them here, 3 of which are at St. Mary's currently. So I appreciate being here. Thank you.
And that's it for employee recognitions and new employee introductions. Thank you, Council.
Thank you, Clinton, and all of the department heads and people. It's good to see faces of the employee positions that we created in the budget, and looks like good choices made. Council comments? Okay, Mr. Watson.
We had our airport board meeting on November 28th, and just to give you all an update on a few things, T hangar occupancy is still at 100%, and the waiting list has grown to 42. 3 new private hangars will start construction probably before the first of the year. 2 of them are very large hangars to accommodate big wingspan jets. December the 17th is the Santa fly-in, and I think there's an ad in the newspaper for that. So if you want to see Santa fly-in, be sure to attend that. Also mark your calendar for May the 20th next year. It's the 75th anniversary of the airport, and they'll be having some type of celebration there. As far as fuel sales, there's been a slowdown, but they're still projecting an increase over 2021, which was a booming year for the airport. So a lot going on at the airport, a lot of development, and more things to come. So thank you all.
I just wanted to take a minute to thank all the countless volunteers and employees and organizations that made this past weekend such a fun place to be. From the Light the Night Christmas Parade, Kinderfest, Fort Martin Scott, the Singing Christmas Tree, Ice Bond. I'm sure I missed something, but it was a very busy weekend, and it was great to be a resident of Fredericksburg.
Mr. Klein.
Well, I'm going to touch on something dear to my heart, and I know many of y'all are well aware of it, that we have lost our hospital. It's been sold to a private entity. For 50 years, many of us, including myself and Sharon, have served on the board, served as chairman, and fought hard to keep the hospital local. Apparently, the recent CEO and the board of trustees have decided to give up and to sell. And I'm quite disappointed. They, of course, talk about the positives, that all the money that we're going to get for the foundation. Well, we sold our soul, or they have sold our soul. And there was it was totally kept in secret for over 2 years. The chief of staff was not even made aware of it. Very few physicians, if any, except the ones serving on the board of trustees, were aware of it. And so I can understand they didn't want to go to the previous possibly board trustee members because they would have gotten a no, but they decided to do it. It's best for our community. There are many physicians that are quite upset. There's a lot of questions out there. I just spent some time at the Methodist, and I want to promise you it's going to be a corporate world. It might be good for a year or two, but it's all about money in the bottom. I hear the wellness center, we're going to be able to keep it. Well, wellness centers lose money. So that's why Methodists didn't want to take the wellness center. So I just want to comment to you that those 9 trustees have not performed for the community. Their names have been taken off the webpage, so they're hiding. But I just got to say my grace on that. I fought a long time. We've had some trouble and tough times, but they've apparently given up.
I'll echo everything that Tony said, especially the taking their names off the website, so you can't even contact them to say, that you disagree with what they did. Anyway, on a lighter note, I'd like to remind all of you that Bethany Lutheran Church has its nativity drive-through this weekend, both Friday night and Saturday night from 6 to 9. There's no charge. You come in on Adams Street and just drive through and come out on Austin. It's a wonderful, wonderful representation of the true meaning of Christmas. All of that.
Council, we have probably an extraordinary lengthy meeting this morning. So if any of you at any point feel like you'd like to take a brief recess as we get into the second and third hour or whatever it's going to take, please feel free to remind me and we'll do that. We do have several ordinances, resolutions, public hearings to have. I know that there are quite a few people here to speak on one or more of those items. And also we've got quite an extensive executive session agenda to discuss and to deal with. So without further ado, then we'll move on to item number 6A. And the agenda is now organized so that we consider the following, we do the public hearing, and then immediately following have the vote for approval on that item, which I appreciate the restructuring of the agenda in that way. Thank you to Shelley and to Daniel and the other staff members, I'm sure, who had a part in that. Item number A is to consider the following action related to request Z2227 by Sean Smith and Moitaren Ramirez for approximately 56 acres of land located at 257 Vernon's Lane. Ms. Hudson.
We've got the public hearing section first, if you want to open that up, and then I can give the presentation.
All right.
After that.
Is there anyone to speak on this issue? Item 6AI. Yes, please. You'll identify yourself and take off.
Good morning, Mayor.
Oh, sorry. I forgot a procedural item.
Okay.
I need to go into public hearing.
Mayor, I make the motion to go from regular session to public hearing.
Second.
Motion second to go from regular session into public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Thank you.
Thank you for obeying parliamentary procedure. I'm a fan. So, good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Dr. Michelle Williams. I represent Fredericksburg ISD today. And of course, I am for the zoning change. We are in the middle of design development for the new middle school. And we're pretty excited that we will be going out for bid and hopefully breaking ground in the spring, early spring. So this just zoning change would help us just keep everything a little bit cleaner so we can move forward with the middle school that the taxpayers so graciously approved with our bond last spring. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. I didn't know if there was a presentation associated with the approval of the zoning, plating, and site plan approval.
Those were held by planning and zoning. And
Okay.
so, yeah, the site plan's pending of the zoning and land use change.
Okay. I also have building elevations for the council if you'd like to see copies of them as far as the approval process goes. But we are working on the design development, like Michelle stated, for a 750 student elementary school. We are working with the Development Services Department for the extension of Post Oak Roadway, public water main extension, sewer main extensions, and intersection improvements at Post Oak and Highway 16. So if y'all have any questions for me, I'm happy to answer any questions. Or
let's see if there's anyone else to speak on the issue, and if so, then we'll hear them, and then we'll council can direct questions follow. Okay. Anyone else to speak on this?
I move that we go out of public hearing into regular session.
Second.
Motion second to go back into regular session from public hearing. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Any questions for either the speakers or, well, you want to brief us?
Sure. So this morning we have the City Council is looking at the request for land use change and zoning for this large parcel. It's over 56 acres. That will be the new campus for the middle school. Currently, there's a variety of land uses and zoning over this area. It went to planning and zoning November 9th, and it was recommended for approval. The replat was approved, and then the site plan was approved pending the zoning change because the zoning dictates the setback requirements and such. So this is the only portion that City Council has to approve. We have an ordinance for the zoning change and the land use change to public facilities.
Questions or comments or follow-up, council?
Are I guess the entrance is on 16 or Adams Street, but is there any entrance from the other side from Friendship Lane?
that is correct. So Post Oak Roadway will be extended to Friendship Lane, and there will be an intersection actually at Post Oak and Friendship.
What kind of traffic signal? Will it be flashing light, stop sign, anything on either end of Post Oak?
So Post Oak Roadway at Highway 16, it is proposed to have a traffic signal there, and we are working with TxDOT for the approval of that traffic signal.
And then on Friendship?
Friendship Lane, it would just be a controlled stop intersection.
Anything else? Anything else, Anna? Okay. I'll call for item 6A2.
Or we ready to make a motion to approve item 6A.
We're going to approve the ordinance adopting a change in the comp plan, specifically the land use. That's the first item. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. I have a motion second to approve the ordinance 2022-38. Any further discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Item 6A3, ordinance 2022-39, amending the zoning ordinance to accommodate the same.
I move that we approve ordinance 2022-39, changing zoning from C2 commercial, R3 multifamily, and C1 neighborhood to public facilities.
Second.
Motion and second on ordinance 2022-39 as stated. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes unanimously. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. Item 6B, consider the following actions related to request C2226 by Ralph and Christy. Is it Galachet? In French, it would be Galachet. Is that how you say it?
In French, it's Galachet.
Okay, Galachet.
We go with Galachet.
All right. May I call you Christy?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. A
All
little
right.
easier.
We need to go into public hearing on this.
So my name is.
Second, Christy.
Mayor, I make a motion to go from regular session to public hearing.
Second.
Motion second to go into public hearing on this item. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, please.
Hi, my name is Christy Galachet, and this is my husband, Ralph Anthony. We are here applying for a conditional use permit as well as a short-term rental permit, unoccupied, for use of renting our home out for short-term use. Thank you for your time and consideration of our permitting request today. I want to first start by giving you a little bit of background of what this property means to us. This single-family home is a very, very special home to me. I am the granddaughter of the only owners of the property, and this home has been in our family for 75 years. This home served really as my second home for most of my life and was the fruit of a lot of love, time, memories, and work from my grandparents. My grandma, Estella Reck Ellebra, and my grandpa, Ginther Ellebra, met in 1939 when my grandma was a waitress at the Golden Arrow on Main Street, and my grandpa decided to stop in for a burger on his way home from his job at Schneider Produce. Obviously, these businesses have changed since then. They met, and in 1940, their married life began. Being tight on money, they lived in a rented 2-bedroom Sunday house for several years called the Metzger House. They worked very hard at minimum wage jobs and had the dream to one day be able to afford and build their own home and begin their family. The U.S. entered World War II in 1941, and their first daughter was born in 1942. Times were very difficult, but they kept planning and saving for their own house. During this time, many hours were spent at the kitchen table with Grandpa drawing their floor plans on butcher paper, while Grandma sat beside him advising. My mom, Doris Ellebrock Zamzo, was then born in 1947, and finally, 1 year later, Grandpa dug the trench for the foundation and their dream home was built. Throughout the years, our whole family spent many holidays together here. Some very special memories that really stand out to me include riding bikes all over town, swimming at the town pool every summer, going to the Easter fires, and of course, celebrating Christmas. We baked cookies and helped my grandparents in their garden they shared with their neighbor.
After 66 years of marriage, my grandpa passed away in 2006, and then my grandma in 2012, both in their 90s. My mom and aunt subsequently inherited the home. Since this home is so special to our family and me, my husband and I decided to buy it for my parents and my aunt. Our ultimate goal for the home is to keep it in our family, eventually giving it to our children, all the while hoping to rent it out to family, friends, and visitors alike. Approving this STR permit will financially allow us to keep this home in our family, and we would love to continue to build memories with our children here. We have listened to, worked with, and approved all requests and recommendations from staff. We will also plan on adding parking signage to protect and keep the public alleyway clear, and this will be added to the house rules as well. Finally, we ask that you please consider our approval to rent it out for short-term rental, unoccupied, allowing us to ultimately keep the home in our family and creating more memories. Thank you for your time and consideration today.
Thank you. Is there anyone here to speak on this item? All right.
Mayor, I move that we go out of public hearing into regular session.
Motion second to go back into regular session out of public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
May I ask you some questions? All right. And really, I'm asking questions for education. I'm not challenging at all. I just want to understand something.
Sure.
As you know, the STR issue in town is a hot button issue.
Yes.
With regard to the loss of housing stock and so forth. I'm very impressed by your presentation. I love the idea of keeping the property in the family. All that sort of thing really speaks to me. I like that. I like the fact that you brought the fact up about your grandparents and all that's just terrific. Tell me, as a property owner, what made the difference in choosing an STR over an LTR long term? Would you not be able to accomplish the same things? Is it a financial decision that you would revenue more on it at a long-term rental? Plus, there's the hassle of long-term. Just educate me a little bit more about the decision.
For us, we chose an STR over an LTR in order that it would allow us to come to the house as well. In our family, we live an hour away in Bernie. Door to door is exactly 1 hour. So this is not a stretch to come up to Fredericksburg on a weekend, or we have fall break. Our kids have fall breaks and spring breaks and stuff. And so that would allow us to control the schedule a little bit more and would allow our family to come and enjoy the space and the town as well.
Command Central for family gatherings.
Yes.
Okay.
And I have a brother in Austin. My in-laws are in Houston, and my parents are in Lytle, which is an hour and a half away. So we would, allow them to use the home as well.
Thank you, Christy. Appreciate that. Any other questions or comments, Council?
Are you planning to sell this anytime soon?
Planning to what?
Sell the property.
No.
No, she stated she wanted to keep it for her
We would
kids.
like to keep it indefinitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hope you're able to do that.
Thank you.
I have a question, Christy. Staff recommendations includes 4 conditions. Do you agree to meeting all those conditions?
We do.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Christy, I have a question. Since this is so close to the middle school campus and we've got little kids there for a while still until the new middle school is built, I'm just curious what kind of vetting process you are hoping to employ for any residents. Registered sex offenders are required to, stay away 500 feet away from a school, and this is well within that. But then they don't have to report it if they are somewhere for less than 7 days.
Okay.
So, I'm just concerned that we could have some unsavory characters wanting to be close to a school, and just what would your plans be to combat that?
That's a good question. I have actually not looked into that. I will look into that, and if you have any recommendations for me as well, being in that department, I'm happy to take those.
It's part of a bigger discussion that could be had over background checks for short-term.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any further questions for Christy? Thank you.
You mentioned about the middle school. I'm confused a little bit.
Make your point again.
This property is located within 200 feet of the current middle school campus,
It's West San Antonio, isn't it?
North Orange, so between Orchard and Travis. Page 23.
Try to. Okay.
Mhm.
Do you have different, any additional questions or comments? Okay.
No.
All right. Then I will call item 7B2. Consider the approval of a conditional use permit.
I move that we approve request Z-2226 for a conditional use permit.
I'll second that motion.
Motion and second to approve this item as presented. Any further discussion?
Mayor, can I clarify if that includes the staff recommendations?
It does include the staff recommendations.
Good point.
Which,
Second that.
which the applicant has agreed to. Yeah. All right, a motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Item number 6C. Consider the following actions related to request Z-2225 by David Turpin, 2 for property located at 507 Cora. And we'll go back into public hearing.
Mayor, I move that we move from regular session to public hearing.
Second.
Motion second to go into public hearing from regular. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. I have several people signed up to speak on this, and I don't have it in any particular order, just the way it was handed to me. Todd Plunk.
Good morning, Council. My name is Todd Plunk. I'm a resident here in town. I wish to comment on agenda item 6C, request Z-2225, request for a conditional use permit by Mr. Turpin. I'm conflicted by this request, honestly, not by the technical details of the request, as I'm a strong proponent of property rights and believe the property owner should be allowed to use their property as they best see fit. I am, however, concerned with the person making this request. Over the past 2 years, Mr. Turpin has been a leading voice against STRs in our neighborhoods. He has stood at this podium giving many hyperbolic speeches on the evils of STRs and has actively sought to limit their growth. Looking at his actions and behaviors over the past 2 years, I have to believe that if this request was for a neighboring property to Mr. Turpin, he would be standing here today urging you to deny this request. Instead, he is now asking for just the opposite when it benefits him. I find it frustrating and hypocritical that Mr. Turpin does not have the integrity to hold true to his convictions that he held so firmly earlier this year. Instead of forcing a vote to council for this request, I would instead ask Mr. Turpin to rescind his request and sell his home as a residential home in line with his earlier beliefs. Thank you for your time and allowing me to speak on this issue.
Jeffrey Morin.
Good morning, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Jeffrey Moore, a city resident, and I wish to talk about protest this STR Cup, Agenda Z-2225. I am all for advocating individual property rights, but when an individual tries to bypass our rules and encroach on minimum side yard setbacks, then I am against that request, and I hope you will be also. Please refer to page 54 of your packet to view the referenced property. As you can see, this is not a corner lot and thus does not have a street side setback of 15 feet. Now view page 60. This is the house and back building layout furnished by Mr. Turpin. Mr. Turpin states on page 62 that the back building accommodated 6 people and was used as an owner-occupied STR. Next, please turn to page 61, which is Mr. Turpin's officially recorded survey. Please notice the top view is the side property line setback. It is supposed to be 5 feet minimum as per the survey line. Please notice the back building is 4 feet 6 inches, which is 6 inches under the minimum requirement. Please reference page 63 of Mr. Turpin's application. In that application, he states he has a street side setback of 25 feet with a minimum of 15 feet. Mr. Turpin does not own a corner lot, thus he does not have a street side setback. This lot is an interior lot, thus his interior side yard setback is 5 feet. The omission on this application is very misleading. One might say it's just 6 inches under. What happens if the next door neighbor, currently an STR, decides to return that home to a regular property like the city would like? Then that person's property rights would be infringed on by Mr. Turpin's side setback encroachment. As per City Code Section 6.110, this property is non-conforming. Non-conforming because it is under the required 5 feet minimum side yard setbacks. Turpin states that he is not applying for a permit for this back living area that sleeps 6. Are we to believe that area will never be used for living quarters? But regardless, the main issue is this property violates city code property setbacks and should be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Holly Rickert.
Thank you for your time, Council. Polly Rickert, local resident, member of Planning and Zoning. I'm here to provide some clarification on the discussion and the vote that was taken in Planning and Zoning. We had a pretty heavy discussion on this item. We took this item and the previous item up on the same night. So we had 2 contrasting properties with similar conditions and had to make some tough decisions in that meeting. One of the issues that I want to bring to your attention is the CUP criteria for R2 in the historic district. I'm not quite sure, and I can't recall exactly what our whole discussion was when we developed the ordinance that we did earlier this year. But the effect of the CUP process for historic district R2 is that we have approved every single application that has come through since the ordinance was implemented. We, at least I personally on P&Z and based on our discussion, feel like our hands are relatively tied, that we're basically being forced to say yes to these applications. So I would submit that it is, since you're the ones voted in and it is your job to change the criteria to allow us to do a more balanced job of yeses and nos on these applications. I don't believe that 100% yes or 100% no is the right outcome. I think there needs to be a way for us to create balance and respect both the property owner's rights of the applicant and the property owner's rights of the adjacent neighbors. So I would really appreciate it if y'all would consider taking action on updating the CUP criteria for R2 in the historic district. Make it tighter, make it something where we can do both yeses and nos equally and with no favoritism to anyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Milton Buckaloo. Sorry? Sure.
Hello, I'm Tammy Pack. My colleagues and I are here to urge the council to deny David Turpin's application for a conditional use permit for an STR on Cora Street for many reasons. I spoke at the P&Z meeting on November 9th on this issue, so I was there to witness the members' reactions to Mr. Turpin's application. Several members of P&Z were visibly shaken, feeling they had to recommend approval, as you've just heard. One member said over and over that she was gobsmacked to be facing this issue at all with Mr. Turpin after witnessing his focused efforts to eradicate as many STRs as possible over the last 2 years. Another P&Z member said the application certainly felt hypocritical and noted that Mr. Turpin could sell his property if he were willing to lower the price, rather than coming before P&Z to request an STR permit, the very thing he loathes so much. Another member did vote against the permit because he clearly just couldn't bring himself to support this complete about-face by Mr. Turpin. Another board member voted begrudgingly yes. One of their primary concerns that they voiced, understandably, was how to turn down Mr. Turpin's request, but still be able to grant others' requests, like the other innocent bystander couple who is in the audience and who's here today, that nice asking for a permit. The doctrines of quasi-estoppel and waiver allow you to tell him no while not affecting other applicants. I was struck with how most, maybe all, of the P&Z board showed a desire to deny the request, but felt their hands were tied. They felt they had been given no legal grounds to vote the way their hearts and minds seemed to be telling them to vote. So as an ordinary citizen, but one with a law degree, I went back to the drawing board to find legal ways that this council can choose to deny this request for a conditional use permit if that is your desire. Your hands are not tied. You do have a choice. And there are not one but two legal doctrines which give you the right to deny his application. And these two doctrines will not apply to deny others because they are specific to the actions of the actor, the actions of Mr. Turpin. So that won't be an issue. We all learned on the playground when we were 4 or 5 years old that there are no backsies in life. Mr. Turpin is here today asking for the biggest backseat of all. Can you imagine how you would feel if I, a known advocate for short-term rentals, were standing here today urging you not to give a neighbor of mine an STR permit because they might make noise and bother me and my family? I think you might have some justified heartburn about that. It would be more than just a little hypocritical, but that is in fact exactly what Mr. Turpin is doing here today. But rather than taking my word for what he thinks about STRs or the steady campaign he has waged against STRs for roughly 2 years, let's hear from his own mouth how he feels about them, or at least how he felt about them until he needed one. Liza Smith will now share with you just a few of Mr. Turpin's quotes from city council meetings recorded on YouTube, which will be referenced throughout our discussion. Thank you.
Milton, did you want to speak? Did you want to speak at all? Okay. Liza?
Hi, I'm Liza Smith, a local resident here in Fredericksburg. As Tammy said, I'm here just to state actual quotes that we got off the YouTube channel from the city council meetings. These are just a few of the anti-short-term rental quotes from David Turpin presentations at city council over the past 2 years. These are taken directly from the city's recordings on YouTube. I'm going to use air quotes, so please don't laugh at me. Short-term rentals are a safety issue, represents a total destruction of quality of life. That's in March of 22. Airbnb has transformed our residential homes into investment vehicles for millionaires. That's March of 21. STRs are selling to out-of-town speculators looking to make a quick buck. December of 21. Personal favorite, we all know it's not right. Recommend we do what Waco did and not allow transfer to sell. That's in January of 21. He will, of course, need to be able to transfer this permit he's trying to get at closing. Most outrageously, he calls STRs a middle finger to the property of law-abiding residents seeking the peaceful enjoyment of their residentially zoned property. That's in March of 22. These are not our words. These are David Turpin's words said over many, many months, and he needs to stand behind them. Thank you.
Now, Milton?
Yes, if I may. I'm Milton Buckaloo. I am a resident of Fredericksburg. Before we talk a little bit more about quasi-estoppel and waiver, I'd like to talk about moral unconscionability. It is simply unconscionable for someone to argue for 22 months that STRs are a blight on our society. And then, when he can't sell his house for the amount he would like to get, he applies for the evil STR permit. Mr. Turpin purchased the house on Cora for about, according to public records, $300,000 in 2011. Today it's listed for $1.15 million. Let me do the math. That's just shy of 4 times what he bought it for just 11 years ago. Those greedy millionaires. It's morally unconscionable, which is reason enough to deny this. But let's talk about quasi-estoppel. This doctrine applies in Texas to prevent someone from asserting over another's disadvantage, a right that's inconsistent with the position as previously taken. His application is inconsistent with the position that he's previously taken. You've just heard his own words, what his position has been on the issue from the beginning. Let's not waste any more time with that. The question is, whom is being disadvantaged? Well, according to his own words, everybody is being disadvantaged. His many comments at city council meetings over the past couple of years make clear that any non-owner occupied absentee owner STR permit, the kind he's seeking to obtain, is a disadvantage to every citizen in Fredericksburg, since STRs are a safety issue, since they're not right. And they're a middle finger to law-abiding residents, all of this rhetoric that he espoused over the years. The council has another doctrine for which it may deny his request, and it's called the doctrine of waiver. Simply put, under Texas law, waiver is giving up a right that you know you possess. Mr. Turpin had the right to seek not one, but 2 STR permits before the ordinance was passed. He boldly decided he didn't need one. He knew he would be listing his home on Cora long before the ordinance passed, clearly, since he was already building a new home out of the city limits. He waived his right. The ultimate proponent of affordable housing is asking $1.15 million for a 1,729 square foot, 2-bedroom, 2-bath cottage with a 429 square foot guest house. The entire request stinks of hypocrisy and a lack of integrity to me. Do as I say, not as I do. You should sell your home at an affordable price, but not me. None of those seems to make sense anymore or to be important, do they? We trust the council will do what's best. But perhaps Mr. Turpin will change his heart. He will dig deep down in and find some element of integrity and do the right thing. Withdraw his application for an STR permit, taking this time-wasting burden off of the city council and settling for maybe a 3 times game.
Mr. Buckle, your time has expired.
Thanks.
Mr. Turpin, did you want to respond?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
So first, good morning, Mayor, Council. We do have a mistake in the agenda. It's not the SDR facility permit that's being applied for, but the unoccupied. So if they need to make a change in the agenda, let's do that. So this property, it's been our family's home for just over 11 years. It's been a fabulous home. However, in that time, the block has evolved into increasing SDRs. That's the issue. Whereas just a few years ago, there were not any unoccupied SDRs on the block, not any. Now our home is immediately bordered by 2 existing unoccupied SDRs with a 3rd under construction immediately to my south. That's what we're here talking about, Milton. The reality. The neighborhood's been transformed in the past few years. Rewinding a few months after we listed our house for sale, and we listed it without any STR permit. It wasn't marketed as STR. We received an offer some 7 weeks after listing to purchase it, contingent on having a permit. The thought of seeking an unoccupied STR permit was not high on my list of desired activities. Thought about it over the weekend, prayed, sought counsel from trusted sources, and I accepted the inevitability of 507 Cora becoming an STR, the inevitability. The block is saturated with them, it's zoned R2, and we abut commercial zoning. So in light of this reality, that's why I'm seeking this conditional use permit. For 507 Core to be what it's more or less surrounded by unoccupied STRs. The permit application is requesting a total occupancy of 6 guests, a very modest number. I didn't plan to make the following personal comments. However, my application has generated considerable interest from the pro-STR lobby, who have been exceedingly generous in their criticism and condemnation upon me. Now, I'll admit, I do understand some consternation and confusion about the precarious situation that I find myself in. But I believe this is really, if we're honest, it's really simple and it's not surprising. Our home is simply a casualty of the tidal wave of STRification that's happened in certain neighborhoods in the past few years. The tidal wave that has swept Fredericksburg and transformed certain neighborhoods and rendering certain properties not appetizing for actual residents. 507 Cora Street exists in a de facto commercial zone. And it's not my fault. Speaking candidly to my critics, or anyone who actually cares about facts, I've never marketed this home as STR, but when faced with the reality of what the market has done to our street, properties like ours have become commercial properties. I suppose my critics believe the right thing is for our neighborhood first to be totally overrun by STRs, and second, that I refuse to sell my property to someone who wants to STR it. This is not the world that any sane person lives in. I apologize for what feels like oversharing. It's major oversharing, but my opponents have made this very personal, trying to exercise any amount of political clout to scuttle this process.
Your time is expired, Mr.
We're scheduled to close on the sale next week. It's the 9th inning. It's been a long process of selling your home in a challenging market. Moving to the county to fulfill the vision of hillbilly prophet John Prine in Spanish Pipe Train. But I thank you, Council, for your consideration. I appreciate all you do in serving our community. The community that I maintain is truly one of a kind, a community that is worth fighting for. Thank you all.
Holly, could you stand up and let me ask you a couple of questions about the P&Z process on this item? How would you characterize I understand you're just one person, but how would you characterize the P&Z's response to this request as Ms. Pack interpreted it?
Well, we had one no vote after the discussion. We had 3 who basically held their nose and commented before they did their yes vote. So we had a solid 4 out of 9 that would have immediately said no to the thing had they felt like they could, and one of the 4 did. I just thought it was the issue that we were faced with as part of it was the idea of a preponderance of STRs in the vicinity. Define preponderance of STRs in the vicinity. Now, when we're in R1, R1, it's adjacency, immediate adjacency, and they have to be unoccupied STRs immediately adjacent. But when we're looking at the CUP criteria on R2 in the historic district, it's much more nebulous. So it was difficult to make a case when we had 2 substantially similar cases before us that one didn't have a high number of STRs in their area and the other one did. When you expanded the zone a little further out, you could see STRs pocketed in their neighborhoods. So that was one issue that we had with the CUP criteria, that we couldn't make a good definitive cut on. You had enough to where this was a stranded asset, or you didn't have enough, and therefore you needed to retain the residential quality of the neighborhood by denying the STR permit. So that's one thing for y'all to consider going forward, is how do we make these cuts for R2 in the historic district. I'd say the biggest issue was the applicant. For us, that was a big problem. And I appreciate that further facts have been brought forward and some legal reasons why you would be able to deny. That's information that we did not have at the time we voted. If we had had that information, I know for sure my yes vote would have gone to a no vote.
Say that again.
If we had had the information about the legal basis based on the applicant that you received from the public hearing commentators about the Texas law and how it can apply based on the applicant, if I had known that at the P&Z meeting, I would have gone for a no vote personally.
Based on the applicant's previous behavior and stand?
And the law and the Texas law surrounding that.
But the law doesn't require him to behave in a particular way.
But it doesn't.
It just gives him the option.
Yes, but it now gives you the option to say no because his previous behavior is inconsistent with his current behavior.
So you would have
Had
voted
I
no.
known that,
Had you known that
at the time, I would have done a no vote myself personally.
Okay.
That's all.
And am I correct that regarding Mr. Morin's comments that P&Z looked at these setback issues and that it complies?
The setback in this is in the historic district, so the setback of the garage or the ADU is not in question. It exists all over the historic district. So that what didn't really come into our evaluation because he's not moving anything, he's not building new. So we didn't look at that, and the permit isn't for a new structure.
But the statement of P&Z is this applicant complies with it is a approved use for a STR. That was their application statement, correct?
The conditional use permit?
Condition, yeah. Meets the conditions.
Correct, because there are no special conditions for this CUP.
The P&Z approved the special conditions. Okay, and I'm sure they looked at the setback issues and all that sort of thing as he applied.
What you see is what they saw. They had the same information as far as the site plan.
Right. Okay.
One thing I think we need to ask Daniel.
Just a second, I need to go back in. Is there anybody else to speak on this? All right, we need to go back into regular.
I move we go from public hearing to regular session.
Second.
A motion second to go from public hearing back into regular session. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right. Tony?
Daniel, can you give us a little clarification from your point from the legal side?
Well, I think there's two different issues here. One is the analysis of the CUP, the criteria, and the second is this issue related to the applicant and these claims of inconsistency in his prior position to the application today. If you look at the zoning ordinance where it initially discusses the CUP process, it says that the purpose of that procedure is to provide for review and discretionary approval. I read that to mean that not everyone is intended to be approved if that's applied for. And then if you look at the review and criteria, or the review and evaluation criteria for the conditional use permit, there's a list of, it's in section 5.460. First, there's a list of various conditions, noise, negative ancillary impacts it may have. And then at the bottom of that list, there's about 5 determinations that have to be made. I consider those to be findings that need to be made by the council to approve the CUP. And those include fairly discretionary factors that the council could consider, including things like determination that the proposed use with the CUP is that in accordance with the objectives of your zoning ordinance. Determination that the proposed use would not be detrimental to the public health, safety, welfare, or would not be materially injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity. So both of those are fairly discretionary criteria that I think council, you need to make findings as to both of those as part of this process. If you go through that entire process, you feel like based on the review and evaluation criteria, it would be appropriate to grant the CUP. Then we move to the second step, which is this analysis of the applicant's prior inconsistent position. At least it's been alleged that his prior statements obviously were different from what he's asking for today. And so, that's these discussions of the estoppel claim. It's an interesting idea. I'm not saying that it's wrong or bad. Typically, that's used in a little bit different context. I couldn't find anything that applied to this particular context. I'm not saying that it wouldn't work in this context, but it's a little different situation where you have members of the public who are advocating for certain changes related to legislative process of the city council. I think that's a little different than if they were actual parties in some sort of dispute or litigation, which is where you typically would see that applied, that idea of estoppel. So. So I guess the bottom line is that I don't read the ordinance as intending for every CUP to be approved, every CUP application to be approved. They're supposed to be discretionary. If you can apply conditions and make it fit within the intent of the ordinance, then you can do so. But if you find that even with conditions you can't meet that, it just doesn't comply with the intent of the zoning ordinance, then I think there's room for the council to deny an application for a CUP. If there's more questions, so that was kind of a lot to go through.
I have a question for Anna. Do you feel that this meets the intent of ordinance?
What was the question?
Does she feel that this meets the intent of the ordinance, this application for CUP?
So on agenda packet, page number 40, there's a list of those CUP requirements. This is for the previous application, but the requirements are the same. And these are general to all CUPs. They're not specific to STR CUPs or specific to the historic district CUPs. And I'll remind you that the CUP is only required in the historic district R2. So if you want me to go back to staff's recommendation. So the applicant is requesting a CUP per section 3.110 of the ordinance to operate an STR unoccupied and an R2 zone within the historic district. The subject tract is bordered by R2 zoning to the north, south, and west, and C2 zoning to the east, those properties fronting North Llano. The proposed development would include a 2-bedroom, 1-bath STR unit with 4 city-compliant parking spaces. 2 would be required. Initially, the applicant did request the CUP STR facility, which would allow for the primary residence and the accessory dwelling unit to be rented as separate units. However, after consultation with the city, the applicant changed the request to respond to the parking and potential negative impacts to adjacent properties. And the applicant is requesting a maximum of 6 occupants. Previously, the property had an STR permit for the ADU with a occupancy of 6 as well. If approved, the STR unoccupied permit would only allow for short-term rental of the primary residence and not the accessory dwelling unit. Of the 20 properties identified on the surrounding use map, 12 are known to be STRs, 5 are residences, and 2 are commercial, and 1 is a vacant tract of land. And at this time, there are no exterior changes proposed, so this was not reviewed by the Historic Review Board because there were nothing to trigger their review. So at the Planning and Zoning meeting on November 9th, staff recommended approval. As you heard, P&Z voted, 1 member recused, 1 voted in opposition, and the remainder voted in favor. And as presented, the proposed STR unoccupied meets the requirements of the CUP. As the subject tract is primarily surrounded by STRs and commercial uses, staff recommends approval, conditioned upon the review and inspection of the STR permit application under the current regulations.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I also quickly, there was a comment about the agenda. I believe that was noticed probably based on the initial application. I don't think there's any legal issue there because the agenda notice is an item that's actually more intensive and used than what's being requested now. So we're okay with the notice part of that.
All right, well, I will call this item then C2, 6C2, consider the approval of this conditional use permit. Anybody want to move it before you comment, or you want to comment first?
I can comment.
Sorry?
I'm going to comment first.
Okay, go ahead.
My comment is, we had a debate, and all of you know that I'm not on either side of the debate. Mr. Turbin took a side of the debate and fought for it. This is exactly what we ask of our citizens, that they become involved and have opinions and voice those opinions. He doesn't need to be held in contempt for those opinions. If his application meets the CUP criteria and the intent of the ordinance and is approved by P&Z, I think it's unconscionable of us to hold his debate positions against him. That's my opinion.
I think in our roles as public servants, both at council and in commissions and boards, we are to show no partiality. We do not make decisions based on who is applying or anything like that. It's about what the code says. That said, the cut process is a bit upside down, as evidenced here and other places. Not to bring up past traumas, but you remember the cup versus cap debate of the past council, and concerns that the cut process would be too subjective. And I think we can see that here. One of the things that I had advocated for when I was on P&Z was to have more stringent yes, no, black and white on the cup. And it's, as you can see, it's not. It's kind of, here it is. It meets the criteria, vague though it is. So I would definitely advocate for stronger language in future ordinance rewrites on that.
Which, my understanding is that's what the committee is working on. And I do believe very strongly that we need to consider some zoning changes in this community. I do believe that 2 blocks on both sides of Main Street should have a separate zoning or something, because it does make sense that you're close to Main Street. But I agree with these 2.
Obviously.
Having gone through the process for 2 years and almost 2 years, and having heard David discuss this and numerous times, being a representative of the Neighborhood Coalition, one of the founding members, my inclination is to vote against it, but Sharon does bring up some good points that I'm not so sure if I wasn't in the same predicament that I would not ask for the same CUP. I don't like it. I think we need to change our ordinance or the CUP process. And as Emily said, it's too subjective. And I think the application based on our current ordinance should be approved. It bothers me that unfortunately it's you, David, and that you were against STRs and still are, but yet you had an STR during the whole process, and which I don't understand, but I just feel like the proper thing to do for me is to vote to approve it. So that's my stance.
This is a sad residue of the debate that has gone on, and in my view, is one of the reasons why it should be revived. There are people who thought, why not just leave what we did alone, let the the April ordinance exist for a while and see how we do. I think this is evidence that it still needs a lot of work, and I would like to encourage the council to consider a deeper and stronger sense of urgency about dealing with the cup process, as well as other things regarding the STR presence in our neighborhoods, particularly. Beyond making Mr. Turpin stew in his own juice for previous comments and stands. I can't understand what the community good is by declining this application. What's good for the community here? That's our job. And he has apparently followed the legal requirements for his application as they now exist, and it's our job to uphold those. I'll take a motion.
I move that we approve request Z2225 for an STR unoccupied at 507 4th Street.
Second.
Motion second to approve the CUP as presented. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. I'll pause just a second. I know some of you want to go. All right, I'll move on now to item 7.
I move that we approve the city council meetings from our city council meeting minutes from the November 15th regular meeting and November 21st special meeting.
Second.
Anxious to move this one then. Motion second to approve city council minutes of both of those meetings. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
And the motion is approved. Item 7B, consider appointment of the Historic Review Board. This will be an executive session item. Is there anything we need to cover first? Okay. Item number 7C is to consider amendment to the 2023 employee holiday schedule. Ms. Goodwin?
So previously you had approved the schedule. Then it was pointed out to me that our handbook quote says that when a holiday is on Saturday, it's observed on Friday, and when the holiday is on Sunday, it's observed on Monday. The holiday, the true holiday, New Year's Day is on a Sunday, so we should observe it on Monday. And so previously you had approved Friday. So we need to amend that to approve Monday as the holiday.
Did we ask them to depart outside? Thank you.
They are. They're gone.
All right. All right. So we're looking at this. You've seen the change from Friday before New Year's to Monday.
I make a motion to approve the holiday for the city of Fredericksburg 2023.
Second.
Motion second to approve this amendment. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 7D, consider, discuss, and take action on the 5-year summary of the performance of Lady Bird Municipal Golf Course. Mr. Mead.
And Mayor, if I could just say a couple of words while Chris is
The city manager wants to jump in.
You bet. So the performance of the golf course is something that I'm very proud of. I've talked a lot about in years past, going back to 2013, how there's a lot of focus on the subsidy of the golf course after a lot of construction had gone on out there. And we had kind of build it and they'll come mentality, I think, back in the day. There's some things that cities are really good at, providing water and electricity and police force and so forth. Operating a golf course might not necessarily be one of those, as evidenced by the performance of Touchstone Golf over the last 5 years. So Chris has a lot of information, a lot of really good information in this presentation. Looking forward to that. This item we wanted to get in front of council to just talk a little bit about the past 5 years, as the contract is expiring at the end of this year, and we're looking forward to renewing the golf course management contract with Touchstone. We have a couple of different versions. They differ mainly in the term of the renewal, whether that's 5 or 10 years with different periods of renewal. But they've done a remarkable job out there. You've seen the golf course facilities. As we've had meetings out there just recently, the entire exterior has been repainted. All of the windows replaced now, of course, as a result of the of water line break inside that we had during the ice storm, which we'll be talking a little bit more about in just a little bit. We replaced all the carpet, repainted the inside. So it's basically a brand new facility, which complements the job they're doing, the level of customer service that they apply to everyone on a daily basis. And just remarkable that what they've been able to do as far as overcoming that deficit and having enough money in the bank to fund a lot of the projects that have been on their capital improvement plan over the last several years. So I hope I haven't stolen too much away from Chris. Again, something we're very proud of, the fact that this doesn't make the paper in a negative way, and looking forward to many more years of the same coming up. So with that, Chris Mead, Regional Manager for Touchdown Golf.
Chris, anything you can add to that?
Well, Mayor,
I
Council,
feel like I'm
welcome.
going to do a rock star.
This concludes my presentation. Nice job. Mr. Bailey, thank you very much. It has, and you have projected this to be a very long meeting. This is a relatively lengthy packet. I'm going to kind of give you the high level in respect of your time and how the day started and appears to be ending. So with that said, we've got it, like I said, let's start with our historical performance of the property, kind of the timeline of what we've done to get here, the steps that we've taken, our options moving forward. There's a brief discussion of extension proposal, and obviously if there's any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer. The next slide shows you a presentation of the golf course revenue. I would like to point out the anomaly in 18 is a 9-month representation. We came in January, so the first quarter of that year we did not have information for. So you can see that we did continue to trend upwards. It took us until 2020 to actually exceed our expectations, our budgeted allotments, but this year we came in at just under $1.8 million, and my personal goal was $2 million in this current fiscal year. Next is expenses. As you know, any business, the two things that motivate how it turns out is how much money you make and how much money you spend. So as revenue continued to go up, we continued to try to decline our expenses. They stayed at or below budget for the last 3 years, which would result in the financial performance of profitability. This past year, we exceeded over $500,000 as profitable for the golf course, no burden to the city tax funds. Kind of give you a little update, and this is not a shame on anyone. This is just what we walked into. In 2018, when we arrived, the golf course was obviously winter. The golf course was very sparsely covered in grass, heavy weed infestation throughout the golf course, bunkers that were beyond unplayable and really a health hazard to the golfers. The clubhouse had a lot of deferred maintenance. Windows were falling out of the frames, walls in desperate need of paint. General maintenance, it was just run down and uninviting place to visit. The prior tenant had left the grill in the cardinal room in really utter disarray. This is what this community was seeing. Social media, we know, is all very, very important. What was being posted was of low quality and really not relevant to what was happening at the facility. Where we are now, our putting greens are in the best recorded condition to date. Proper cultural practices have remediated weeds, and we are on the verge of elimination. Bunker renovation completed in 2021 to $227,000, fully funded out of operations. The clubhouse, as Clinton alluded to, over 3-phase operation, we replaced all the windows. We just completed an exterior renovation of paint and stain, and finally completed the door renovation on front doors, grill doors, and golf shop doors. We do have a couple exterior doors that we will tackle going forward. Other improvements that we have made to the property, we installed a artificial turf line on the driving range to provide adequate surface for our players to use during the off season or during times of excessive rain, should we ever experience those again. Introduction of an automated range ball system, which has generated up to $75,000 annually in range use. We were finally a profitable F&B operation, which was a long black mark on both our tenure and prior tenants, but the last 2 years have been a profitable entity. The Cardinal Room, which long went underutilized, has become a destination for private events, rehearsal dinners to birthday parties, graduation parties. We're quite honored to we frequently host coffee with Clinton, as I call it, and coffee with the city manager, as you do, and many city council meetings. We encourage you to use the facility as much as you would like. It is yours. Just some pictures you can walk through. So Clinton alluded to the paint and carpet that was, if you will, through the my product of the freeze. So that was part of an insurance claim. But that's the new golf shop. Next slide, I think we're just going to kind of talk about some things we've done. Junior golf is very, very important to us as an organization. To me as a golf professional and a father. I have a 14-year-old son who's in middle school. I have worked with a lot of children that I see parents in this room. It's something we hold very near and dear to what we do and to provide continued golfers for the future. We really believe that we have the support of our community. We've done that through many different ways of bringing people to the golf course that are not necessarily golfers, but there to enjoy the facility. Through our social engagement and reviews that we receive from other golfers. These next slides, Eric, you can kind of click through rapidly. Like I said, I'm trying to abbreviate the process some, but you can just kind of see some of the things we do, some of the comments that have been made. Our Touchstone Golf Foundation here, we are very fortunate to be part of the Fredericksburg Junior Golf Foundation, which has done some amazing things on a very large scale. But we also have our own foundation, which is generated $7,000 through raffle items, stuff that we do at the golf course that we in turn return to Fredericksburg High School, earmarked for the golf program. Kind of some of our Facebook, Instagram, we have had very good followers. We get a lot of engagement from some of the things we do. As you can see, it's not all golf related. We had some resident mallards that made a lot of appearances. We had our squirrel there. It was pretty popular for a while. Some of our local golfers here, we encourage all of our community to be involved with the golf course. And whether you're a golfer or you have a child that's a golfer or your neighbor's grandson's a golfer, we want to hear what you have to say about that. We're very proud of these kids and what they do and are happy to be a place where they can do that. Again, Eric, you can keep going, please. These are just some of the things that we hear on our reviews, both from Google, from Facebook. We're very proud of what we've done. Happy to be here. Advocacy is something we believe a lot in. We think that the best thing you can do is have one to go out and promote for you. We've done that here at Fredericksburg and other facilities, but what we really want to do is continue to remain here. As I alluded to, not a native Fredericksburgian, but I am here now. I have a son that's in middle school. We're very happy with where we are, and we'd like to stay here. So with that, as Clinton said, our contract is up at the end of the year. We have provided 2 different versions. I think Daniel may be seeing a 5-year and a 10-year extension option. Regardless, I believe that will be discussed at a later time, so we don't need to get into it anymore. I just want to really thank you for entrusting us with the property for the last 5 years and hope that you would ask us to stay around and do a little bit longer. Thank you.
Any questions for Chris?
I just want to say thank you, congratulations. Even though Clinton gave you a great introduction, the financials speak for themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have a question from the point that I haven't been out there in a while. If we've still got the live oak decline going on, and are we replanting?
Yes, sir. I'm glad you asked. We are in the middle of not the middle, but we're on the 2nd year of a tree planting project. We planted 12 trees last year. This year we're bringing in more. We've got actually delivery scheduled for January the 18th. We're bringing in live oak and pecan this year. Larger trees, some 4 and 5 inch caliber trees come outside of Waco. Decline is not as bad, but yeah, it's definitely in need, and that's why it's a 5-year plan for us. We've got money budgeted in our capital plan to continue going forward.
I'd also like to comment. I'm with a group that I try to play once a week out there, if not more, but Before Touchstone started, I didn't like the course at all. It just didn't fit my eye, or whatever you want to say. But the course is really in great shape. Y'all have done an amazing job out there. The financials tell the story, but I think if you look at who's playing and the groups that are playing, there's a lot of loyalty, and which we didn't have before, and so it's an exciting place, and y'all are doing a great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Very impressive.
Have a great day. Thank you for your time.
So are we taking action on this, or this is strictly information?
Just information at
Thank
this,
you.
at this time. Yes, sir.
All right. So when is the renewal?
We'll have it in front of the council on December 20th.
Okay. Yes, Chris, thank you for being here today. Move now to item 7E, consider, discuss, and take action regarding sports facilities and usage fees. Ms. Schmidt, would you like to address us? I do have some comments. Some people signed up for comment on this.
Okay, good morning, Mayor and Council. Andrew Schmidt, Parks Department. With me this morning, I've got Caitlin Brazell, our Recreation Superintendent, and Trevor Dupuy, our Park Maintenance Superintendent. They're here to help answer questions as we go through this process. This is going to be a lot of information we're going to give you today. Probably a lot of it's new. What we found over the last couple of years is that our use on our parks facilities has really exploded, and we've faced a lot of challenges trying to fit all of these organizations in. We're not sure at this point what the best direction to go is, which is why we asked for this on the agenda today. We want to let you know how we're doing it right now, what some possible options or recommendations are for moving forward. But at this point, we're very flexible and open. We did try to get this information out to all of the sports associations because we do want them to give input to let y'all know how they feel about how we're handling some of these things and maybe what we can do to make things better in the future. Or if we do decide to make changes, get some input on that as well. So if we can get started then with our next slide. Currently right now on our tennis, and now they've become pickleball courts as well, we've got the Fredericksburg Tennis Association, of course our Pickleball Association, which is fairly new still, but growing. Fredericksburg High School uses the courts and the middle school, and then two of our private schools, Heritage and Ambleside. On the baseball fields or softball fields, we have our Little League organization that uses it in the spring. We've got our select teams. St. Mary's baseball and softball also uses a couple of our fields. We have an adult softball group that plays. We used to have an adult men's baseball team that plays, but they haven't been using our fields the last couple of years. And then, of course, soccer uses the property that we've leased to them next to Oakcrest Park. We do have an adult soccer team, a couple of them that do practice at Oakcrest Park on occasion, but they don't have an official league here in town. We also have quite a bit of first come, first serve use on our fields, and we don't necessarily know all the time who that is or what they're using it for. And then we have some non-traditional use of the fields. We do have a flag football group that uses one of our outfields on occasion as first come, first serve. We have soccer that uses some of our baseball fields. We have some kickball. We've even had cross country use some of the baseball fields for setup in the outfields. We don't allow that on the courts though. Pickleball and tennis, we only allow groups that are playing either pickleball and tennis. We have had requests for other functions on those courts, but due to the surfacing, we don't allow the other uses on our pickleball and tennis courts. This next chart shows you some of the organizations, or most of them, what they're paying versus what our actual rates are. So if you want to look at the top, I'm not going to go through every single line, but kind of give you a summary. That first line shows our Little League organization. They use Oakcrest and Old Fair Park. They use 5 fields. Their season is 5 months long, depending again on when their tournaments are scheduled and if they get extra tournaments. They use the fields right now. They are given priority use 6 days a week. The daily rate's $25. So if they paid full price, they would be paying somewhere between $15,000 and $16,000 a year. Currently, they're paying $300 a month, which is they pay $1,500. That's based on history. They've always been charged that amount. That's what we've charged all of our youth associations. They're the only one left on a city field paying this at this point. Now, if you look down at some of the other teams that use the same fields, they are paying full price. So our select teams, which just a few years ago, I don't know that we had really any back when I started. We have close to 15 at this point, and they paid about $10,000 this year so far, and that's full price. If you look at St. Mary's softball, baseball, they came to City Council in 2018 and they asked for a fee waiver to use the field. At that time, Council granted them the same rate that the league was paying. Now, they don't use the fields as often or as much. Their discount really doesn't turn out to be quite as much. It's about 60, 65%. If you look at all of the groups that use the tennis and pickleball courts, they don't pay anything simply because we don't have a fee associated with our tennis and pickleball courts. The one that is paying something is pickleball, and that's for tournament use, and we'll talk about tournament use a little bit more as we go on. Next slide, please. Staff did meet with Daniel here a couple of months ago at this point. We kind of went through what we were doing, and he told us there are some things that we should be doing that we are in some cases and not in all of them. First, if an organization does reserve a facility for their exclusive use, which means at that point it's no longer open to the public, a fee should be getting charged. So we are doing that for some where fees are set, but for example, pickleball and tennis ball court, we have no fee set, so nobody's paying anything. Then in addition, if anybody, either an organization or an individual, has a clinic or a camp or does something that they're going to charge a fee for, we should be collecting some type of percentage of their total revenue. So right now that is typically 10% for all of our outdoor facilities. For Market Square, it's 20%, and any indoor facility is 20%. And we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go through. This was something that was adopted by City Council several years ago, and we currently use for most of our camps, our Camp Gladiator, our Tinker Garden, those type of groups that already use our fields. We get that revenue, and then we put it in our special revenue account, and we can turn around and use it back on the facility where the money came from. So the current process for our fields, for field use, again, a group may use it first come, first serve. If they would like to have lights on, if they want exclusive use, if they want access to the bathrooms, in other words, for us to send somebody to open the restrooms up because we don't leave them open 24 hours. If they want access to the bases that we provide, it is a $25 fee per day. There is no extra charge for lights at this point. We just charge a flat $25. For any of the tournaments, camps, or clinics that they are also reserving, we charge $25 per day, the same rate. We do have those use agreements that I mentioned in place for all of the organizations, but we don't currently have them for individual teams. We do have groups that use them for tournaments, and right now we're not collecting that percentage for tournaments on baseball or softball fields. And then, of course, groups may use the fields on first come, first served basis, like our flag football. That does cause wear and tear on the outfields, and they don't pay the city anything for it. So I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing because these are public facilities, but we do get complaints sometimes that they cause a lot more wear and tear in the outfield because it's not a typical use for an outfield of a baseball field. Okay, our current process for the tennis courts and pickleball courts is, again, we do allow groups to use them first come, first serve. We also allow any group or individual to reserve them for exclusive use, and there is no fee associated. There are lights on the courts, and there's just a switch. They can turn them on, turn them off when they leave. We don't charge anything for that or anything extra. For tournaments, clinics, camps, the courts are also reserved for an exclusive use for no reservation fee. And we do have use agreements in place for all of these organizations where if they are having a tournament, collecting money, they're supposed to be paying us 10%. I think there was a little bit of confusion that some of the groups thought that only if they made money they had to pay us. So we're trying to get that clarified, and that's one of the comments today is, do we want to keep that 10%? Do we want to make it less, make it more? Do we want me to start sending invoices to the school district after they have a tournament to say, okay, y'all owe us whatever your 10% of whatever your revenue was? Tennis and pickleball courts. So again, no group has been playing for exclusive use reservations. Pickleball has been giving us a percentage from their tournaments. So we haven't been sending invoices out to anyone, but they have a tournament and they've just been voluntarily giving us the money, which is what the agreement says, so they're following it. We have been able to take that money and put it back into courts. For example, we just recently purchased some benches that the Tennis Association had been providing. We were able to buy some new ones with some of the money that pickleball gave us. Staff does blow off the courts when time allows before tournaments. We do have other organizations that do a lot of things for the courts as well. The Fredericksburg Tennis Association has been out there for 30 years, as long as the courts have been there, and they have done a lot of things over the years. They've built some buildings out there. They've helped provide slats. They've helped provide maintenance. They were willing to contribute $20,000 last year to the lights project, which didn't happen, but I'm sure in the future they will feel willing to help with those kind of things too. And then pickleball, they help with some little things here and there as well. On the ball field side of things, Fredericksburg Little League, again, they're paying $1,500 for the season, which is a 90% discount. Select teams currently are paying full price. St. Mary's is paying $600. That's a 65% discount, and that's based on the 2018 council agreement. And then the adult softball pays full price at this point as well. Over the years, some of these groups have made contributions in addition to the courts, or to the fields, I'm sorry. The baseball mounds all belong to the Little League Association. They have breakaway bases that they provide some groups to use. We provide standard bases, and you know, different boards, different times have provided more or less to help the city out as well.
Let me ask you, I noticed you don't have T-ball on there.
T-ball, I'm just including that with the baseball and softball.
Oh, you are, because they're not part of the baseball association. They're separate.
Yeah, all of the select teams and the league teams are separate from the Little League Association. On the ball field extras, we do stripe for games, but only on weekdays. So if someone rents it on the weekend, we don't stripe. We don't have staff to do that, but we do provide the materials, the chalk and the chalker, so they can stripe it themselves. We paint outfield lines for all the groups. We do drag for all the groups, again, weekdays only. We don't have staff for the weekends. And then the city provides temporary fencing for St. Mary's. We put that up at the beginning of the year, their season, which is about 2 months, and then we take it down at the end. The adult softball organization rents that same field during St. Mary's season. So they're required to put up the fence and take it down. They are not getting any discount. So they've asked me, you know, can we do something different? They don't feel like they should have to take up the fencing, put that fencing down every time they have a game or a practice. And then as a soccer association, I did just want to mention our soccer. We're not going to get into that in a lot of detail today, simply because soccer uses those leased fields at Oakcrest or next to Oakcrest. We don't maintain them. We don't manage them. There's no fee associated for them to use them. We cover watering costs, which is very minimal. There's not a lot of water out there right now. So we do have a soccer group, like I mentioned, that does use Old Fair Park. It's adult soccer. They practice, have pickup games. Typically, they use it first come, first serve. When the time changes, they will reserve the field so they can turn the lights on. Okay, so we'll go on to the next slide. We're going to talk about just some things we need to consider as we're talking about this, and I'm hoping some of the comments from the public can help as well. We do want to try to be consistent with our policies across all of our sports and all of our fields. We have some groups paying full price and not getting everything that the groups that are getting discounts are, and vice versa. So we want to try to figure out what's the fairest, most consistent policy for all of the organizations that still gives everybody an opportunity to use the courts or the fields. We do have courts sometimes that are reserved last minute, and this is not really anybody's fault. Currently, we've been giving Fredericksburg ISD priority use on the tennis court. So if they have a tournament, they may call us at the last minute and tell us, hey, we have more teams than we were expecting. And it's no fault of theirs. It's just how the school district works. We need those courts this weekend or this week, whatever day. And we have to call another organization and say, sorry, school district needs the courts now. You can't use them anymore. So we want to try to see, do we want to continue to do that, or do we want to make some changes there? Sometimes the courts are also reserved as overflow for certain tournaments. They make either a tournament in Kerrville, a tournament at the high school, and they're not always used. And we do get questioned as to nobody's on the courts, why can't we use them? Well, we say, well, they're reserved for overflow. We have to keep them that way just in case somebody shows up. If we did do this percentage of tournaments, or start charging a percentage of their revenue for tournaments, and they don't have anybody playing, it's just overflow, we'd have to decide we're not going to charge that, we're not going to charge anything, we're going to charge a different percentage. Just some considerations to be taken in consideration for that. And then finally, do we want to look at all the contributions that have been made by different organizations? if we do start setting fees or changing, we want to look back at what like Fredericksburg Tennis Association has done in the past. We want to start fresh today, or what they're going to do in the future, and if so, how are we going to do that? Ball field considerations. Again, we don't have staff to stripe or paint fields on the weekends. We included what other cities are charging in your packets, and you can kind of see they're all over the place, but we're definitely on the low end. Do we want to start giving a discount to the people that we don't do that for? Do we want to charge extra to the people we do stripe and paint for? I would be more on the side of giving discounts rather than charging any more than what we're doing now. Are we going to continue to require adult softball to take up and down the temporary fence for St. Mary's? Their play is typically after hours. We don't have staff working most evenings. We have very limited, so we don't have a person we can send out there to do that. So how are we going to handle that in the future? Also, with the increase in year-round play, we are going to need to start scheduling some downtime. And we'll talk about that here just a little bit more, as when we could do that and what our options are on that. But we're going to need to just close fields for a period of time so that staff can get in there and do some maintenance. And then again, do we want to take any considerations on the contributions made by the different organizations? If we do charge fees, do we want to give them some type of discount if they do make contributions, either financial or by going out and doing some type of maintenance? Some options for the courts on our next slide. We can continue as is. Caitlin's doing the best she can to make it work every day out there and squeeze everybody in, and we can continue to do that. We could grandfather in certain groups and say, but if we're going to grandfather them, who is it going to be, and how is that going to work, and will that just last for eternity? We could set an hourly rate for the courts that are reserved for exclusive use. If we do that, what would it be though? We could continue to require and really enforce the 10% of the total revenue when fees are charged, or we could change that 10% to some other number. I could start sending invoices to every time a tournament is held, send an invoice saying you just owe 10% of your revenue, but we're never really going to know what that is. And then this is a big question: should any organizations get priority use? So currently we're giving school districts priority use and just trying to squeeze in everybody else around them. The tennis association has some certain times they've typically always used, and we continue to try to make sure that happens. But do we want to say, is it just first come, first serve? If pickleball holds a tournament, we get a phone call from the school district, and we have to say, well, wait a minute, we've got pickleball has a tournament scheduled. Are we going to tell pickleball they have to get off the courts now? Or are we going to tell the school district, we're sorry, we don't have anything available for you this time? Next slide on the field. Again, we can continue as is. Right now, we're giving Little League priority use in the spring, and Caitlin's doing the best she can to squeeze in all the select teams. But it's with the growth in select teams, it's just not working anymore. We could grandfather in some of the groups as well. We could set a standard discount across the board for all the local users. We could say it's 50% discount, a 75% discount, whatever council may feel is appropriate. We could set a flat rate for local organizations. That's kind of what we're doing right now, except for Little League's the only one, and St. Mary's are the only two paying that flat rate. If we were to set a flat rate for everybody, we would still have the challenge of who's going to use the fields when we don't have enough fields for all of the uses right now. We can start collecting the 10% revenue for the tournaments on the fields themselves. Typically, if you look at any city, anywhere tournaments are held, there is some type of extra fee associated with tournament use on cities' facilities. Some cities charge gate fees, some cities do the percentage, some cities just charge more for tournament use. Instead of maybe $25 a day, it's $100 per day, or $50 per day, or whatever is appropriate. And then again, this is a big question: should any of the organizations get priority use? We've got all of our select teams right now or club teams, travel teams, they're trying to set their schedules for next spring. Well, that's Little League season, and it's no fault to Little League. It's just the way they work. They can't give us their schedule right now. They have evaluations in the middle of February, and they'll probably get us a schedule late February, early March. And at that point, then we're telling select teams, y'all can't book anything until then, and then we're going to squeeze you in where we can, if we can. So do we continue to give Little League priority use 6 days a week on the field? Or do we need to look at making that more balanced, maybe 4 for one, 2 for the other, and some days it's just first come, first serve or something like that. We also have adult softball that uses our fields on Sundays, so we want to make sure we can still keep them going as well. So we're going to go through just a few recommendations, and again, we're very flexible on most of these. I don't know what the right answer is on everything. We'd like to get some input and discussion from council. I don't know that we're expecting action to be taken today. This is a lot of information, so we can discuss it today and possibly come back with some better action items at a future meeting after we get some direction today. So my recommendation at this point would be not to increase our current ball field fees. If you look at the whole scheme of things, we're not collecting a ton, and this is something, it's not going to make a difference if we go up a few dollars here or there on our ball field. So I wouldn't suggest going up. There may be some areas we even want to start giving discounts. We do require insurance for all of our events, and fortunately, everybody is pretty much on board with that at this point, and so we want to continue to make sure everyone gives us insurance, with the city named as an additional insured. We would continue to stripe and paint for games on weekdays only. And like I mentioned, we could give, a $5 discount. We can't do that for an organization. This next one, we would like to close the field starting January 16th of 2023 through February 10th. So it's about 4 weeks. And the reason we're choosing that time of year is that's, I'll use this term loosely, our slow time of the year. We try to basically put all of our little projects into that time in August. Those are our 2 times where we don't have quite as much going on in the Parks and Rec department. August is a pretty good month as long as we don't have rain. If we have rain, then we're busy mowing. This past year, we had a little bit of a slower July and our August was a little busier. But we would like to close down to do some catch-up maintenance. And this would hopefully just be a one-time closure. And we would get started. It may not take the full 4 weeks. If the crew can get in there, we can get it wiped out. It would be our priority. We can get in and out, and maybe we're close for 3 weeks or 2.5 weeks. And Trevor can go into any details on everything that we would do during that time, from aerating to fixing batting boxes and clay, to cutting lines. There's a whole long list of things that we would like to get done during that time. Then we would like to start annually closing all of the fields for 1 month as soon as Little League season is complete. And that'll depend on the tournaments. If they get selected for an extra tournament, it may be the end of June, beginning of July. So it'd be sometime around the middle of July to the middle of August. And then we could get in annually and kind of do cleanup and repairs from the spring season, which is our busiest season. And then hopefully we wouldn't have to do major closes. We could, on occasion, if we see something's getting out of whack, close it for a Monday, all day Monday, Tuesday, and have it reopen Tuesday night. And we would let the little leagues or the different associations be aware of what we're doing. And then the last thing we wouldn't like to do is stop allowing or not allow any adult use of our small fields. On occasion, we do have adults that want to use the 2 fields at Old Fair Park. We've had groups come in from out of town, and they don't take care of them quite as well as the local organization. So we'd like to keep those fields, just the small fields, just for youth use. And then my last slide, just a few more recommendations. If we're going to charge a per court per hour fee, I'm not sure what that fee would look like. We don't want to charge too much. We've had groups telling us we can barely afford to pay our coaches. If you start charging a fee for court use, we're not even going to be able to have a tennis program anymore. If we charge too little, though, 50 cents an hour per court, it's not even worth the staff time to do it. So we need to decide: are we going to charge a fee? And if so, what is that fee going to be that makes it worth even charging a fee? Because if it doesn't make it worth it, then there's really no reason to charge if we're spending more time than what we're collecting. We are going to have to require adjoining courts have to be reserved for the same sport. So if pickleball was to book tennis court or court 5, only pickleball could do court 6, or tennis 5, then only tennis could use the next court, simply because their uses are so different, and the balls can roll back and forth between the 2 courts. To require a facility for exclusive use, we would require a reservation fee. And again, we're already doing that for fields, but are we going to do it for the courts? I mean, based on my understanding, is we're supposed to be doing that. If we're closing the fields for public use or the courts, there should be something charged. Again, what is that makes it worthwhile? We'd like to start charging a deposit for all first-time events. This wouldn't really affect our local groups. They've all already done something. But some of these groups that come in from out of town, that haven't ever used our courts before. We have no, for our fields, we have no relationship with them. We have had issues with telling people, you know, it's rain, don't use them, and then they go out and play anyways. And we want to make sure we can collect. They cause damage and then they're gone. We want to have something to collect to make sure that they take care of our facilities. We could create a flat discount for all local organizations, and then we'll need to determine which organizations are going to qualify for that. Right now, Little League's getting 90%, St. Mary's is getting around 60 to 65. Do we want to do something in between those two for everybody, or do we want to set some other flat discount? And then again, the big one is the priority use for the various groups. Are we going to continue to allow Little League to have priority, or are we going to do something different on the courts or the fields? So at that point, we're done with the presentation. We can try to answer any questions or give feedback to the public.
Let me ask you, I support a lot of what you've said, most of it. And I guess the reason that I'm wondering is why we didn't do a percentage, although I don't think our baseball, we have that many tournaments here because we don't have the number. The select teams, back when my kids, in fact, I've got some young adults that are probably playing with my kids here. They used to use the high school field, but I assume there's a lot more select teams now.
There's a lot more. So just a few years ago, we were collecting $1,500 a year in revenue, which is basically Little League's revenue, and now we're around $15,000 to $16,000 today. So the number of teams went from almost nothing to close to 15. So that we just don't have room or space.
And the other part of that is, I would recommend certainly a discount, which I think you've been doing for the schools, private or public. That's what we have those fields for, our youth. So. But I support most of your recommendations.
Andrew, can you just ballpark tell me how many people we have using our field by sport?
Sure.
Tennis, pickleball, soccer, baseball.
Okay, so for the Little League Association, we have about 335 was the 2022 registration. The Youth Soccer Association, I believe they have around 550 in the rec league, then another 150 to 200 that are in club teams. The co-ed softball league, I think they had 10 teams this last year, about 15 players, so 150. And any of the groups that are here, they may be able to adjust these numbers just slightly. So they have about 150 in their league. The Tennis Association, I think they have 75 plus families that are involved in it. And then the other tennis groups, I think the middle school has about 100 kids. The high school has more than 50. So, I mean, if you just kind of just an estimate, we have about 1,500 participants using, probably a little bit more than that, using our local courts. Pickleball has about 120, I think, was their membership. And I think a lot more people play a pickleball than our members. So we've got about somewhere 1,500 plus in the various associations using the courts and the fields. Yeah, and that doesn't include first come, first serve. Like flag football, we don't know what their numbers are. Okay. On these other groups.
Thank y'all so much. It's great to see wonderful facilities and people using them. So thank you for what you do. Can you tell me how's the time frame work for applications? Like whenever a tournament comes up, I'm curious. I'm trying to figure out what the priority should be. And is it a lot of last minute, or is it school saying, hey, 6 months for a tournament?
I'm gonna let Caitlin answer that. She handles all the day reservations.
So it really varies on the entity, because obviously school districts, they have to do a selection process within their district that will determine. So there is a lag, as well as on the private side, just because they have a board of teams that are determining those. And then, as Andrea mentioned, with All-Stars, they do put in and then they get recommended if we're going to be a regional host or an area host, maybe for even a smaller district that doesn't have the facilities. As far as the select side, these are local organizations that are hosting, and I am in constant contact with them, and they kind of reach out to me and say, hey, Caitlin, what do you foresee happening? And I look kind of on an annual basis of what we had last year and see where we might have holes to put in, and then, of course, talk to maintenance and see if we can take an additional load on
wear and tear, and a large part is just trash. Trash and facility maintenance, restrooms, stocking restrooms, especially on something that happens on a weekend, which are our busiest times here in Fredericksburg.
And I mean, like for baseball, softball, you've got fields at Oakcrest and Lady Bird and Old Fair. That's it, right?
Yes.
So are tournaments using all those?
It depends.
Sometimes?
It depends. Normally, we don't have a tournament that uses all of the fields. It'll be either be a tournament at Old Fair Park or at Oakcrest. Then the adult softball, they'll have tournaments at Fredericksburg sometimes.
I know there's lots of issues at play. I just wanted to say, I think anytime we can standardize things so all schools are paying the same rate. First come, first serve. If you have a tiered thing, if it's maybe education, nonprofit, for profit, or flip that or whatever, and then that's just your matrix that you use every time.
I know Michelle's still here. Is the middle school going to have any ball fields?
You're fine where you are.
You're fine.
So the new middle school, we don't have it currently in the plans, but it is being developed as phase 4 new field. So it won't be in phase 1 of the development of the school, but it will be in phase.
Andrea, the extensive presentation, I pick up three things. I'm not sure what problem we're on to solve, so help me with this.
Okay.
And I'm not prepared to take any action today on this, if that's okay with council. Administrative process of getting the people to respond well and reserve, et cetera. That's an issue of what I'm hearing. And okay, maintenance and keeping up with our assets is another one. And then the funding itself. And I need to look at revising the fees to be more in line, I guess, with what we're paying out. Is that so? Talk to me about what you're.
We'll never get to what we're paying out.
No.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to suggest that. Yeah. I just mean that maybe the degree of loss is not as big. Maybe that's a better way to put it. Because obviously quality of life issues the city provides are intended to be are generally not cost effective. And that's part of the service of a city and a community. But address that. Did you have something you want to say?
That's sort of how this discussion came up. Was this is public park property open for use of the public, and so when you close any portion of that and let somebody use it exclusively, the city council has to make a determination as to what the fair market value of that use is. You can set that rate at less than fair market value if the use also serves a public purpose. So for a youth sports league, for example, that would clearly serve a public purpose. You can set that rate at below fair market value. You just need to determine what that rate is. It could be $1, it could be $0, it doesn't matter. My concern is not about revenue, generating revenue or increasing revenue or anything like that. It's just about clarifying this legal distinction between exclusive use of public property and non-exclusive use. So an example would be the pavilions at Lady Bird Park. I mean, anybody can go sit out there. You can sit at the picnic table and enjoy the pavilion if it's not reserved. But if somebody wants to reserve it, exclusive use, nobody else can use it. There's some fee associated with that and a reservation process to accomplish that. And so all of your use fees are set by ordinance by council. Some of them I don't think we have fees set. So there's no fee set for that right now. I'm not advocating that there needs to be a high fee set, but you need to make some determination as to what the fair market value would be if somebody wanted to reserve or lease the tennis courts to the exclusion of all others. And part of the reason for this is I don't think we've seen it yet, but at some point you're going to have a business essentially that shows up that wants to do some sort of camp or something that will essentially try to use that public property as for free to generate some sort of revenue or income for their business. And so that in those circumstances you need to charge accordingly. But for local youth leagues, things like that, you can charge less than fair market value, even $0, if that's appropriate based on council's determination. But we need to have that set out by ordinance.
Do we have to set fair market value and then we can decide to charge less than fair market value? Is that what you're saying?
Right. So you would have I think market plots, we've got different fees. If you're not a nonprofit, there's a certain rate that's set to rent that and to put the fence up and to exclude everybody from entry. You can pay a fee, which was set by council. council has also set a different fee for a nonprofit entity to lease that property. You could do that. You could have tiered. You could have youth, local youth sports league could be, whatever, $1. A nonprofit could be $5, and I mean these are just numbers. But I'm saying you could have a tiered approach that would be set by council.
But we don't have to say what would Mark Potts rent for if it were a commercial property. That would be fair market value. We don't have to come up with that, do we?
Well, it's sort of a. This comes from the Texas Constitution, the prohibition of using public property for a private purpose. That's what this all kind of relates back to. And the law says fair market value. I don't know exactly how you would arrive at that. I mean, I think fair market value of public park property is different than commercial value. I mean, essentially you're leasing the property, and you can lease it for less than would be fair market value if it serves a public purpose. These are just kind of micro leases of property, I guess, is a way to consider it. So that's how Andrew and I kind of got into this discussion initially, was just about trying to standardize this process and get fees set if they're needed for uses that aren't set now. And let's see, I had a few other notes here. And I think also it was just to try to alleviate some of these competing uses, like the tennis courts, for example. Just so you don't have people showing up and fighting over, well, we're using it right now, we reserved it. If you have zero fee associated with the reservation, you're going to have somebody that calls and wants to reserve it all day, every day. I mean, it could play out like that. So you have to. We're trying to balance all those concerns.
Who referees these fights? Oh, oh, sorry. Who's the referee?
The organizations, they figure it out amongst themselves for the most part. But sometimes we do get phone calls asking, they want to book it for this time. It's available. We want to have it for our exclusive use, so that there can be conflicting uses. Sometimes, the way somebody plays one sport versus another sport may be completely different. Somebody's out there taking it more seriously, and somebody else wants to be out there just to more of a recreation. I mean, it's recreation in both cases, but so we want to try to get more consistent across the board. So we've set up, Caitlin's worked with the organizations to set up specific times for each group. But again, there's no fee associated with it. So right now they are closing it for their group's use. Some of them are very open to other groups, and some of them it's just a couple of people out there using it. They make their reservations.
So the agenda says take action. Okay, what action?
It was just possible action.
Okay.
I don't know that we're necessarily.
What would you like for us?
Some direction. And I think there were some members of the various
There's some people that have signed up to speak on this. So yeah. Let's hear from them. You've been very patient, and I appreciate it. Joe Alexander. Joe, I'm going to step out just a second, not because I'm not interested, yet because I have to.
Hi, I'm Joe Alexander. I represent one of the girls softball teams we just recently started this last summer. Looking at all the paperwork, and I was astounded by the fees that were paid by some of the other organizations. We also are a nonprofit. Raising the rates, even the rates that we have, is hard on us. As a parent and as my other parents, you have to. I mean, you travel out of town, you got to go to a hotel, you got gas. All that stuff's not cheap, and we're going above and beyond, way in the passion of this is good for the community. It's good for our kids to play extra sports. I mean, it's town pride. I mean, who's going to be the next generation in high school with football teams, softball teams, baseball teams? We put so much emphasis into some sports, and then we put none into other ones. The discrepancy that if I had a tennis organization, I can go play for free. I can reserve the fields. I can have the lights. I can have tournaments. All that's free. Softball, we got to pay, which technically I think those HEB fields, the fields in town, were given to the city by HEB with the use of kids way back in the day. It was not bought, if I am correct. I could be wrong. Costs. The fields are our number 2 cost that we pay out of pocket, which right in front of that is the umpires. You're very cheap. I don't make a dime. I pay more money than anyone with all the extra costs. Also, I'm against taking money from the tournaments. Just like my parents haven't had to pay our field or umpire or any of that because we go fundraise, we do bake sales, we do parades, go sell water, donation, give waters and drinks away. Is to do this to keep the costs and keep everything cheap so everyone can afford to play in the different travel ball teams and whatever. Those tournaments, for them, we haven't hosted any. That's fundraising for their teams to have the parents not paying out of pocket again, to not be extra out of pocket because you're already out of pocket when a trip for me to San Antonio is $50 right off the bat in gas. I mean, if you play all day, you might be buying 2 days, buying a hotel. We've been playing mostly in Brownwood. There's a hotel every single time, plus the gas. It's to keep everything affordable, so you're not taking the 10%, it's taking back out of our pockets, the parents' pockets, which ultimately, and those tournaments also bring in money, like the one that just came from softball. There was four teams from out of town. That's a local business is getting people going and eating 2 or 3 meals, possibly some hotels and everything else. So I mean, we're generating revenue by having the tournaments here too, because I hope to eventually be having some. So. Not real organized, but I think we should be treated fairly. How St. Mary's gets a big cut, high school gets cuts, everyone gets cuts, but the other softball organizations, baseball organizations after.
So if we just go back and raise the fees on the ones that you mentioned, would you be happy?
I think we pay a bunch of taxes too. We do. This town does everything. This whole morning was spent a lot of it about tourists, about rentals, about everything. Besides the middle school, we do so much. We care so much about the tourists that we should let the kids use the fields. You want to charge adults to use the fields? Go for it. You know, even the golf program here has free. They have free programs for all the kids to show up in the summers to do clinics, boot ranch. I mean, everything, they're free. We, as a community, we don't do anything for kids. It's all about the tourists and how much money we can bring in and the bed and breakfast and everything else. And my family moved here back in like early 90s. This was a completely different town. There wasn't all the wineries. There wasn't all the bed and breakfast. Back then, a bed and breakfast, the money you made off of bed and breakfast was your property appreciating. It wasn't I'm going to try to get rich running a bed and breakfast like it is now. And this town has turned into a tourist and a wine town. Get back to the community of the people that live here and the kids. That's your future. That's your future FHS, Uber Allies. I mean, we're the parents that live here. Don't take more out of our pockets.
I was just trying to figure out what you wanted us to do because you were saying some paid and some didn't.
I think we should have next to nothing or nothing, just like everyone else should. I mean, adult leagues, go for it.
I see your point. Thank you.
Was this in favor of locals getting it for free or less and charging people from out of town?
Kids, adults pay, kids free.
I see.
Okay. The tourists to get rid of all.
Okay. Get rid of all tourists?
That's what it said.
Okay.
Sorry.
Sean Heap.
Good morning, afternoon, what time it is. My name is Sean Heap. I'm a local resident. I'm not pro travel or pro Little League. I was on the Little League board for 7 years, so I know how that runs. I have 2 12-year-old twins in travel ball right now, and a young son who's going to Little League. And I have 2 kids there at St. Mary's, so this all affects me. I have a lot of comments that may help y'all. I'm not going to go through those right now, but the main thing is when I was in Little League 2 years ago, there was about 25 teams. And I think Little League, that's the portal for all the select teams here in town. So it's tough to tell Little League, you're going to have to change everything we've done. But there's some things that might be able to compromise. There's approximately 15 travel teams as compared to 25 Little League teams. There's just not enough fields. So, one thing, maybe give all the travel teams 1 day a week, reserve all the fields just for strictly travel instead of Little League gets Monday through Friday the whole year round. And as far as, I'm going to be the devil's advocate of what Joe just said, travel is a choice, or select travel. That's a choice for parents. Just like I choose to send my kids to St. Mary's, I'm gonna pay extra for them to be to go to St. Mary's. Same thing with travel. If you're in travel, the parents expect to pay extra money. You pay extra money, go to tournaments, you have to pay field rentals. And there's travel teams out there that pay anywhere from $1,000 to $2,500 a kid to play. We don't have that here that I know of. So, as far as the travel goes, I think the fees are fine as far as, what their city's charging, the $25 rental. I think it could be tweaked a little bit, maybe charge a little bit more if you have to mark the fields, drag it. The St. Mary's with the temporary fence, easy fix, move them to Old Fair Park for their games. Take them off the lighted field. You wouldn't have a temporary fence. If y'all are keeping St. Mary's, on their current contract or whatever you have, softball, that's a softball field at the lighted field, dirt infield. Move them to, it's not taking up another field, it's just switching one. So St. Mary's could just, say play on field A at Old Fair Park, practice play, and then the lighted field would be open. No fences up there. Little League could raise their fees to maybe pay a little bit more than the 10%. I'm not saying that's something they should do. I think our Little League fees last time I was there was either $90 or $100 per child. I know Bernie charges at least $200. And we want to try to keep those fees low. I understand, but that might be an option. That we have to talk to the Little League board, maybe increase it to $25. Say 125. I don't know the math on that, but that was $15,000. They could maybe pay a little extra. There's a lot of recommendations I have, and that I don't want to go through one by one. I can get with you guys a little bit later, but travel has exploded in the last 10 years, and it needs to be a little bit more fair. 25 teams with Little League has exclusive rights Monday through Friday for months, and Saturdays, and then the travel, which is a big number two, 15 teams, we have to go after them. So I think that's something that needs to be looked at. There's some options out there that I think could work for both, where they're not in a bind. So I have, other than some recommendations.
Yeah.
Yep.
You'll follow up with her on your recommendation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Sean.
You're welcome.
Michaela Kronwalke.
Hi, my name is Michaela Cranogi, and I'm a freshman this year at Fredericksburg High School. I currently play Select 14U softball for the Texas Voodoo team, which is local, and on the Billy's High School softball team. I've played Little League since I was 6 years old, and United 12U softball also. My sister plays 12U Zegan softball and has played since Little League, and my brother's about to start 8U baseball. I personally don't understand why y'all would want to charge a 10% fee on little kids whose parents work really hard to get them where they are. Most of our monthly fees for select ball go towards the rentals of the fields, equipment that is purchased for the team, and tournament entry fees. I came here today to talk about the sports complex that was voted down 5 years ago that I feel should be reconsidered. In light of all the new conflicts with the local community sports association and community leagues, I feel that I should bring up some strong points of possibly re-voting for the Oak Crest Sports Complex. But this time, letting the entire county vote on the topic, because all the residents of Gillespie County would benefit from this. This sports complex that was voted down would have benefited more people than y'all initially thought. For instance, today, Little League, all select baseball and softball teams ages 8 to 16 years old, tennis associations, pickleball, youth soccer, adult softball, St. Mary's softball and baseball teams, tennis for FMS alongside Ambleside and Heritage tennis teams, Little Rams football, and Little Dribblers basketball could all have been benefiting from this sports complex. People on Main Street would have been benefited because if we had this sports complex, we could host tournaments for multiple sports that I previously listed, which, if you weren't counting, is 8 different sports for all ages for local community members. As a youth growing up in our community, I've noticed the conflict about scheduling practices and games with all of our different age groups and that play sports without having many field or courts available. This would help limit the amount of damage on the fields so that we don't have to have so many recovery days for fields. As a youth player that has traveled for a tournament, I feel that some positive benefits of having a sports complex here in Gillespie County were not fully explained to those who are voting in city limits, which makes sense why so many voted it down. So, I'm here to explain who and how it would benefit the people here in Fredericksburg. People need something to do while waiting for their next game to start, which could be 1 to 3 hours. So, they would look into attractions our town has, and look into walking Main Street. Who knows, maybe even buy something. The sports complex would also benefit restaurants in town because, yet again, we would host tournaments, and those people are looking for places to eat or places to celebrate their victories. Now, this sports complex would also benefit the kids in the community. I can tell you, as being a kid myself, that we get bored fast, and yes, we love our town and we're thankful for what it provides us with, but this sports complex would give us another place to hang out. It would benefit the kids that play sports and the kids that don't. The kids that play sports would have more fields to courts to practice on, and the kids that don't play sports would have another place to go after school. The sports complex would also benefit the parents who don't want to waste their gas trying to get to faraway tournaments. I mean, the closest thing we have to a sports complex is in Kerrville, which doesn't have all the accommodations that ours could have had. And nobody wants to drive that far to get there, so it would benefit the parents to drive a shorter distance, especially since gas prices have skyrocketed. The children you'll be doing this for are more likely to raise their children here if we have these places we made unforgettable memories at. These children that you would be building this sports complex for are the future business owners and residents of Fredericksburg. Us kids are the people that y'all will be talking to about your issues and concerns in a couple of years. It has also come to my attention that some people think this would be expensive and raise property tax, but this sports complex would pay for itself over time with all the tournaments we host. Think about it. We host tournaments and people have to pay to get in. Also, the last time this topic was brought up to the city council, they had put out a proposal to put in a sports complex. And, as we can see, it was voted down by only 100 votes. But only residents living within city limits could vote on it, which is understandable since their property tax would have been affected. But it would have benefited every member of Gillespie County. Yes, it would have raised each resident's property tax that live in city limits by only $105 more per year, which is less than a penny a day. That would have been money spent on current children in our community, our future residents and property owners. The money that those taxpayers would have paid would be money that was spent for people that actually live here, not tourists that come twice a year to see our attractions. But also, that tax money should be paying for the maintenance of these fields and courts. The sports complex would limit the amount of damage at the fields that y'all are confronting in the PowerPoint. As a player on a softball team, we have had multiple people twist their ankles in the batter's box from the crater that sits there and all of the holes in the outfield. Also, the pitching rubber has always been so hard to move that it's almost like it's stuck. It also says in the PowerPoint that was posted for the city of Fredericksburg to see that the maintenance people are supposed to regularly drag these fields. I hate to break it to y'all, but once every couple of months is not regularly. I have personally witnessed parents showing up to practice earlier just to prepare the field that should already be ready. I understand that y'all might be short-handed, but you still need to care more about just what the tourists want. Think about the people that live here too. So again, as a future resident of Fredericksburg, I believe that we should re-vote for the sports complex. After all, it would benefit many people in the community, the children, the local business owners, and the hardworking parents of Fredericksburg, Texas.
Michaela? Oh, did you read that off of a tablet? Do you have a copy of that? Okay. No. Okay. I'm not holding you to the 3 minutes because you've been so patient. Clara Jane? Oh, are these the signups too? Clara and Alicia Austin, Seeley.
Oh, don't. Chair. Take the mic.
Take the mic off the holder there, if you will. Okay, you can step on the chair.
You can see it over here. Hi, my name is Clara Jane Cook. I'm a member of the Zegan softball team. I'm 9 years old. I'm here today to ask you to please reconsider asking our team to pay more money. We work really hard all year long with bake sales, raffles, and other fundraisers to make it easier on our parents. All the money we make goes to my team, making sure all of my teammates have a chance to play. My mom and dad.
So I have pages here. Is it Aisha or Alicia Contreras? I want to get it right. Is it Aisha? Alicia?
Alicia.
Okay.
So I didn't come prepared like most of the others, but I'm coming on the flip side. I'm talking for adult softball. As I go through, I just want to point out that the Adult Softball League has a volunteer committee, and we get volunteer umpires, and we do field maintenance, we do talk around fields, we do the St. Mary's fence, we do clean up after ourselves and leave the fields cleaner than when we found them. When we do a tournament, it's either the end of the season tournament, which is not something that we raise money on, or it is our 2 tournaments that we do during the season to raise money for the insurance that we're required to have. We don't make any money on any of that. So to ask for a percentage is kind of silly because you're already getting it. you're already getting the money that we raise. We're the only ones that do insurance through the city currently. And we pay for that in full by doing those tournaments. So to ask for a percentage it's just asking for more that we don't have. And all of us are parents of kids that play. So we're already paying so much for our kids to play. Now we're paying for us to play. It's really about keeping it local and allowing us to have something for the locals. I don't know about anybody else, but I don't want my kid running Main Street with the tourists. And I necessarily don't want to. So to keep our rates the way they are, to make them more even across the board, to be fair to all of the leagues would be what I would ask, I guess, instead of raising rates for one or the other, or trying to pull more money out of where it's not coming from. Old saying, you can't pull blood out of a turnip. Adult league makes nothing. How are you going to ask for more? That's really all I have. Do you guys have anything now? Yes. She handles our finances.
Thank you.
The majority of the stuff for the co-ed right now, it's $350 per team to sign up to play. The $350 basically covers the purchase of balls to start up the season, because every team gets balls to start for the season. It covers the rental and it covers the umpire fees because we pay them for their time. We just pay them, they volunteer, but we pay them for it anyway.
We talk everything ourselves.
We do not make any money at the end of the season. All the money is used up throughout the season, or majority of it goes to umpires and field rentals. At the end, we usually pay for like a 1 first place prize, which I think is $400 most of the time. and then by then we have to keep so much money in the bank account so we don't get fee from the bank. So I do believe it's like a $300 balance, possibly. But yeah, there's no money to be given. We did the last tournament we had was to raise money for the insurance, which luckily they came back and it was much less than we initially got an estimate for. So that was amazing.
But we did save that for the coming up because the insurance that we just purchased only goes until our spring league starts.
Yes.
That was only 6 months. So now we have to, again, we'll have another tournament, our silly softball tournament, which we do usually use the smaller field as adults because it is a squishy ball and a T-ball bat.
Please come out and watch us.
Yeah, it's silly. It's running the opposite direction. It's spinning around the bat before you hit. It's not.
It's just
something we need
Sunday
a big field
funding.
for.
Sunday funding. It's just to be goofy.
Our time to be kids.
Yes. I actually have kids that do 14U, 12U, and my son will start 8U. So my daughter was the one that spoke first. She wrote that herself. Yes, the printer was broken. And my 12U girls play on ZM.
And I have a 12U on Zegan. Gary hasn't.
Kids in T-ball.
It's expensive. Very expensive to travel with those kids. All of our time goes into that just to let them succeed.
Yeah.
Thank you. I want to commend the young people for being here to address the council as well. I know that takes a lot. Thank you all.
I have a question.
Austin?
Can I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
What did you mean by insurance through the city? City sells insurance and makes money on it?
No.
So the city is a member of the Texas Amateur Athletic Federation, and by being a member, organizations that join TAF through the city can also get insurance through TAF. So we're just basically the in-between person. We pay for the insurance and they reimburse us for it. And any organization can do that with us.
Thank you.
All right, Austin.
Howdy, Mayor, Council. Thank you for giving us a forum to be able to share our experience and what we're doing. My name is Austin Loza. I am an area director for the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. I was a previous high school coach. I'm a local minister here in town, but I'm here today serving as a board member for the Fredericksburg Pickleball Association. One of the main reasons why we reserve courts is so that we can create equity or equality between our organization and the tennis organization, being able to identify the courts as a tennis court or a pickleball court for a certain period of time. And this allows both organizations to have a healthy interaction with each other to the point now where we have members playing on both sides, getting to play in different sports. I want to highlight the importance of play, not just for students and for kids, but for adults. It's the reason why we have a great municipal golf course. We have an amazing municipal park, which you guys do such a great job, and appreciate the relationship that we have with you guys. But the whole reason why, like I said, the reservation is to help mediate the usage of, is this court a tennis court or is this court a pickleball court? And so being able to reserve certain periods of times so that we can organize play. We do not reserve courts for exclusive use for the primary. We use the courts anywhere from 6 to 7 times a week, multiple times during a day. But we do not exclude anyone who would be interested in walking on and joining us. We often have people coming in from the RV park at the park coming over and join. We have people. We have a 5-star rating on placestоplay.com, which is where people search, hey, if I'm traveling to Fredericksburg, Texas, is there a place to play pickleball? The municipal park comes up as the location to go play and when we play. So when people are searching what to do in Fredericksburg, our organization is creating an organized opportunity for adults, both local and visitors, to play. And so we actually get to give opportunities for people. We have licensed coaches in our organization that provide intro to pickleball classes. So people who are interested are free of cost can show up at those designated times where we give opportunity for people to learn how to play, how to be use it as a social and physical activity that's beneficial to their lives. The park obviously has to pay for things. The use and facilities of physical fields is significantly different from the cost of court. It's not going to be equitable, like the cost of those. So being able to say, hey, okay, if we're charging a baseball field for 25, it's not equitable to charge the tennis court for 25 because it just wouldn't make sense. We wouldn't be able to keep the same level of play where we're able to organize when this court is a pickleball court or this court is a tennis court if we were charged for certain usage, because we would only be able to then reserve so often. So our level of play would go down significantly if we were charged. But like I said, we're reserving the courts to organize the courts, not to exclude people from the courts. And when we do exclude people from the courts for tournaments, we are happy to participate in the agreement that we have by giving the 10% of our tournament fees. We had the last two tournaments we've had have been 80 to 100 people. Only 20 of those people have been from our, like 20% of the tournament is from our own organization, and we have people from San Antonio, from Bernie, from Austin coming in to Fredericksburg for the weekend to play in our tournament. A couple of the other things, I think it would be kind of hard to figure out charge per usage. I think percentages, if you were going to figure out, hey, how are we going to charge percentage, would probably be a little bit easier to not decrease the amount of play. We also don't know how many people are going to show up. We could have 8 people show up, or we could have 40 people show up. That would change from 2 courts to 8 courts. So if we're reserving on Tuesday nights 8 courts for pickleball and 2 courts for tennis, and then on Thursday it flip flops where we have 4 courts for tennis and then 4 courts for pickleball. So we flip it around on different nights to be equitable between them. So, but we just never know how many people we're going to show up. Our organization has paid for all of the equipment, $3,000 in nets, not to mention the cost of balls that you constantly have to, as they break, and during the cold weather we get more breakage of the balls. But it's just a great opportunity for us to be able to utilize the facilities to provide an opportunity for people in our community to interact that way. Tournament priority. We have a good relationship with Coach King. Being able to communicate with him, like, hey, what time frames are you using or intending to have a tournament? Like, okay, we will avoid. So hopefully that never ever happens where you're like, hey, sorry, pickleball, you can't have your tournament. We want the students to have that priority use, and we want to support the youth of our community, but we also want to support not just the youth, because our organization has an 8-year-old to an 80-year-old. So we get to support the activity, physical health and social health of kids from 8 to women and men who are retired and need a place to be active and healthy. So thank you guys for your time. There's a couple other things that, if you guys are ever looking for us to participate with you guys, we're happy to and contribute to the care of that facility. We appreciate the use of that. Thank you.
Celie Harrison.
You saw that, didn't you? You saw the pickleball and the tennis guys just hit each other like that. There is no fighting, okay? We had some bumps and bruises to start, but we're really getting along very well. We appreciate each other. We're working well with each other. The Tennis Association has done a lot for the city over the years, and it started in 1975, actually, with the formation of the Tennis Association throughout the years, and it's kind of been an unwritten partnership with the city in terms of what we've done on the courts, the time, the effort, the money that we've put into the tennis courts, and I'll give a few examples of those. It was all the way back, I didn't even know this, but Coach King told me that when Court 2 imploded the first time, it was built on a silo, as you know, and it's been a problem for 50 years. But it imploded and down onto the into the surface, and the Fredericksburg Tennis Association was there with jackhammers, pulled out the concrete, repoured the concrete on court 2. Even though it's a monstrosity, it's at least live, and that's the dedication that the association has had to the tennis courts. We have done many things out there. We've built the benches. We've put the benches out there. We've took us 6 days to put up the slats for the windscreens. Last time it was put out. That was the tennis association did that. That's a several $1,000s job to put those things up. We've maintained the trash cans. We've emptied the trash cans. We have recycling there. We got the on the east side of the courts where we recognized we didn't have enough benches or stands. We got some new benches or new stands out there on the east side of the courts. That came from the Tennis Association. We've built 2 buildings out there. It stores a lot of tennis equipment, medical equipment, other things that we use for our members, our tournaments, our youth. The high school uses it. The middle school uses it. All the other organizations use it. The Pickleball Association used it for the last 2 tournaments, and we're happy to do that. We're happy to be a community for all players on the courts. We spray, we spray for weeds. I've been out there and sprayed the tennis court where we have the little gaps where weeds come up in the tennis courts. We treat the ants out there. I've had many comments about thank you for that because my child is so allergic to the fire ants. It's not that the city doesn't do it; they just don't have the time, and so we have the priorities to get that done for everyone that uses the courts. And I think that it would be discouraging to charge fees on the courts for people to play, in my opinion. I think the way we have it works well. We are not exclusive either. Anybody can come up during not all the times, because some of the times it's scheduled play because you have to have a certain number of people per court. So you do schedule that play, but we are an open organization that allows anyone to come up and play with us during many of the times that we're scheduled to play. And the problem with scheduling some of the stuff is you can schedule courts, but you don't know how many courts you're going to need. And the courts that we don't need, we generally will give up to other people that are playing. Especially tennis. Now pickleball is a little tough, like Andrew said. To have a pickleball and a tennis court side by side is a little tough, so that becomes a problem. All our tournaments are youth-based. We are a 501c3 organization. Our mission is to promote youth tennis in the Fredericksburg area as far as in addition to adults. So I'm just hopeful that the amount of work that we have done and continue to do and the care that we've taken for the tennis courts. Oh, by the way, the nets. That's one other thing I forgot. That what we did when the high school, with Coach King, when the high school would have a net that would break and something like that, and they were able to replace it, we'd go get their nets. We'd pay for it to get restitched, and we'd put it back in on the tennis courts and replace the net. So we constantly have a couple of nets. Now, recently we were able to get a couple new nets from the association or from the city. So that's been helpful. But we're the ones that when somebody abuses the nets and the nets are sitting down on the courts, it's the association that goes out there and fix it, not the city. And so I just hope that the consideration will be for, if you say, well, fair market value, but what you really should charge, you should take into consideration what has been done and continues to be done by the association. And same with the pickleballers too. They've also been significantly growing their organization and starting to contribute to these things as well. And so I think between the 2 organizations, we're fine. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Council, thank you for your patience and letting me, allowing me to, the speakers to have sometimes twice and three times as much time, because they were so patient and through the meeting, and it raises the issue of their advocacy for such a good cause. How do you want to move on this? Or do you want to just consider this and move on? I mean, consider it considered.
Andrea's asking for direction. I think we need to give her some. It seems to me that we need to say, do we want the parks to make money, to break even, or to lose money? So that gives her some direction, and she can come back to us, and she can work all this magic between all these people and recommend to us how it should be done. That's my opinion.
Losing money is easy. It can be done. There's no doubt that we want to provide a service to the community. And so I think you minimize your losses. And basically, that's probably the best we can do.
I'm for serving the community first, for keeping everything low as much as possible, and letting the, I mean, just like other services that we provide, swimming pools, etc. It's one of those things that in my mind, it's hard to connect money to the service. So my direction is that we ought to serve the community first, give as much break as possible. Whatever, I don't know the administrative tasks that y'all have to work, but I'm sensitive about helping with that. But overall, that's my feeling.
I would agree with that. I would agree with that. I think, to me, providing this service is very similar to some of the other functions we do at the city, and it adds to the quality of life. And I know the parks have been neglected for a long time, and I think it's time that we really make the improvements we need and support the programs, whether it's youth or adult. I think it's very important.
To Michaela's point, that complex sure would be handy to have right now with all of the need for so many different fields and courts. And maybe that could be addressed at a later time. But in the meantime, with what we have, the facilities we have, again, to try to standardize things and as best we can be equitable to the different organizations. Obviously, people pay in property taxes. I know we've looked at somehow leveraging hotel occupancy tax for all of the visitors that are using them, and I'm not giving up on those efforts to somehow tweak it where we could have more tourist dollars working for the residents. But in the meantime, work with what we got. Thank you.
Is there any way of doing an inventory? You gave me some numbers of participants. Is there a way to put that on a piece of paper that says sports, number of people that play or kids that play?
Absolutely. I can reach out to the organizations and make sure my numbers are still pretty close to what they have right now.
And I know this is just a wish list, but like with tennis and pickleball, pickleball came to us at the beginning of the budget year and said we need this many courts and this is how much. How many courts do we need? How many fields do we need? I know we can't do all of that, but at least just have some idea.
Sure, we can reach out and see what they have to say. Come back, get back to you here in the next month or so.
I hope they're reasonable.
Would it be appropriate to ask all these people with their great ideas to email them to you?
We can do that. I'll reach out to them.
Yeah.
I mean, don't catch her out in public and say we need to do this, this, and this, but actually put your ideas in writing and email her at the city so she can try to make it as equitable as possible.
I would like for them to have input because that's not something I participate in locally. So I would want the people who do to have the input into the policies going forward. Obviously, we have to take care of our assets in an appropriate way. So we got to find that balance.
And hopefully we can bring the county into the discussion.
Great idea.
All right.
Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
I'll pause for just a second if you'd like to depart. Thank you.
Thank you all for your input.
Yeah, I'm going to recess for 7 minutes. 7 minutes.
Okay.
All right, picking back up on the agenda, now we're at item 7F. Vince, thank you for your patience. Is considered discuss an action regarding affordable housing presentation. Vince, I have some questions and some discussion
Absolutely.
topics I'd like to take up with you.
Certainly,
But
yes.
I wanted to give you an opportunity to set the table if you'd like first.
Sure. Obviously, as a work session, my main goal here is to make sure that I answer any specific questions that y'all have. So, Mayor, Council, staff, good to see you all. Y'all certainly have a lot on your plate, so I'm just here to pile on today. So, you bear with me. Obviously, one of the main goals as we move forward and as I work through the last 90 days of my engagement is the comprehensive plan and the revisions of that. And one of the things I went and took a look at is the prior comprehensive plan and what some of the items that had been proposed subject to housing and affordable housing in the community, what happened, what did not. Certainly through the city, one of the main goals was some of the rezoning and land use. And what was brought out of that was some of the classifications of rezoning, the R1A, planned unit development, mixed development corridors. That was primarily the emphasis directed by the city with respect to those goals. Now, some 15 years later, as those have been implemented, it remains questionable whether there was an impact at all subject to the affordability of housing with respect to implementation of those. Some of the other items that had been recommended, such as public-private partnerships, facilitating the development of nonprofits in the community, establishment of ombudsman, or what would be generally perceived as a community development director at some other municipalities, establishing nonprofits. A number of those items were not acted on or were tried and failed before I got here. I'm not really sure. But the primary emphasis at the time was in single-family home ownership. And there was very little emphasis placed on the rental community. So I just want to make sure that as we go forward again over the next 90 days, my personal emphasis is going to be assistant staff and council with respect to making sure that the comprehensive plan is revised to reflect the existing needs and the future needs. Obviously, these goals and plans are going to direct you over the next decade, I would say. Also, as I have said in council meetings, it has been brought up numerous times with respect to decision making as to whether certain items were in the comprehensive plan or not. And individuals have reminded city staff and council as to whether those items are appropriate subject to the comprehensive plan. So regardless of whether you perceive an item to be something that might be considered appropriate at this time, it may also be considered appropriate as you look to the future, as the future and future capacity of the community to act with respect to affordable housing may change. So a brief update. When I first started back in March, one of the some anecdotal information that I keep track of is I go on realty.com and take a look at the single family homes that are for sale in the city of Fredericksburg, half an acre or less. It gives me a good ballpark. The first time I looked, there were 38 units. 98% of them were under contract within a couple of days. Very little inventory, very high demand. Yesterday I looked, there are now 115. as I'm seeing, there are only 3 single-family homes that have been contracted for sale in the last 90 days. Certainly, the market has changed and has changed dramatically over the last 60 days. I would perceive to continue to see that continue and putting downward pressure on home prices within the community over the next 3 to 5 years, which is what we saw in the last downturn. In Travis County, which is one of the highest unaffordability communities, also is one of the communities in the country that saw one of the highest appreciation rates. Their average home values, as far as sale price, has decreased already in about 90 days, 15%. Not seeing that here. I am starting to see some housing sellers starting to reduce their price. But with the change in increase of doubling of interest rates over the last 9 months, what that has effectively done is added approximately $80,000 to $100,000 of cost to a home. So in other words, the mortgage payments of a $300,000 home in March would be the same as mortgage payments of a $400,000 house. So it has really skewed the market. So you've got the double whammy of accelerated prices over the last 24 months, and then the acceleration of the interest rates to make it just basically have the market collapse here. So, but you're not, you're seeing that in a lot of the aggressive, highly appreciated markets over the Phoenix, Boise, Atlanta, a lot of the communities. So whether Fredericksburg is perceived to be a entity in and of itself with respect to real estate, it still is going to follow general macroeconomic trends for the foreseeable future. And I perceive that, again, it will put downward pressure on home prices here over the next 3 to 5 years.
Vince, on the
Yes,
115 that you saw on realty.com, can you tell whether they're all residential or are they residential and STR?
they're both. You can see by the listings on, it will say on the listings, it will define STR permit in place. And it basically bounces out at you because you're looking at a 1,500 square foot, 1960s house for $750,000 or $800,000. So it's readily available. I have seen a softening in that market as well. I did not look at this present time, but I would estimate out of those 115, there's probably approximately 20 that are STRs. 25% of the homes right now on the market are new construction. So you'll also see, obviously, these home developers within the community take a deep breath and trying to make a decision on whether they're going to break ground on any new homes here in the near future. Simply just going to be very difficult. Plus, they've still got pressure subject to their land costs, their availability of material. They're having a hard time getting plumbing materials, which are coming out of China, which they're shut down there. So having 2 small pieces of plumbing materials that you need to finish a house or to continue on a house could shut you down for 2 months. So it's getting better. Supply chains are certainly helping. The price of lumber has dropped dramatically from a high of about, well, it's probably dropped maybe 80% from its high, substantially dropped. But there still are challenges such as labor cost and the availability of subcontractors to come into this market. So,
Vince, to that
yes.
point, are you familiar with any other cities who have tried to incentivize developers? Because I know we have a lot, 900, 1,000 units that are on the books approved, but no dirt is being moved. So
Correct, right. Incentivizing by fast tracking and waiving some permit fees, those are so minuscule to the overall cost of the project. It's basically not moving the needle at all. Unless you decided to issue a bond and take those proceeds and get these investors to come in and say, hey, we'll finance your project for 3%. That's about the only thing that would be out there that would make any kind of difference right now. Because not only with the single family, you're looking at the commercial investment and lending that the commercial developers are doing, and it is really hurt them. You look at the Seco development, that's on hold because again he's got issues with getting a contractor, and now his modeling of where he wanted these rental units to come in is now not feasible because his financing costs have doubled like everybody else's. So they're having to sit back and reevaluate now whether they sit on the land and just sit on it and sit on it and sit on it, but it's basically put a dead end on especially the commercial development, the residential commercial development. The developers that I was talking with in the summer and early fall have basically quit calling. And that included the affordable housing and the market rate, that were looking for some type of accommodation subject to the potential use of public land or tax exemptions, or looking at property in the ETJ and requesting the capacity to tie into water and wastewater. Um, those have been considered. No action has been taken on them at this time. So they have obviously multiple projects in the works. So they have backed off at the present time with respect to any potential projects. I know we had discussed the Vaquero development on the Feller track, which is the track directly behind Sutherland's. That was the development that was requesting the Public Facility Corporation be formed and requesting the tax exemption subject to the allocation of building at least half of their units as affordable units, which would by definition be provided to individuals making 80% or less of the average median income. They have since had to cancel that contract as their money was about to have to go hard, and there was no indication at the time that the city was going to move in the time frame they needed, subject to the possibility of establishing a public facilities corporation. So that project is pretty much dead. So again, as we look to the future, obviously within the housing study there, I had listed a variety of options that the city could take directly as opposed to indirectly or passively with respect to the direct development, the partnership, the incentivization of getting affordable housing built in the community, and more specifically with what the city can do subject to getting some additional multifamily rental property developed in the community. So I would encourage council to review that again, and subject to the comprehensive plan, look hard at what you want to try to include in the plan going forward. Whether it's top on your list now, it may not be, but 5-6 years from now, it would be good to have it in there as a approved means. So,
And so I have some questions.
yes, sir.
Thank you for the study, and I have actually read it 3 or 4 times. I appreciate it. Struck by a comment that you said, without sufficient affordable housing, a tourist-driven destination such as this risks enjoying a brief moment in the sun followed by stagnation and an inability to maintain its economy. In dealing with the housing market, housing issue, if it's affordable, attainable, whatever the right term is, the housing issue where we have a supply demand problem. There's just a huge supply demand problem. The issue, of course, right, is getting people to agree to some level what the problem is. Is it sufficient? Are we in any kind of danger? Are we close to a tipping point? That sort of thing. Because when you have a development come up, you have the people, as we've had since I've been mayor, who, not in my backyard. I don't want that to happen here. And I understand that urge and that belief, but our job is to try to present the problem in a way that it becomes a community problem. They say, if we don't do something about this, there is a sense in which we can lose something we cannot recover. Would you give us your thoughts on that?
As my wife of 20 plus years in the economic development and chamber world says, you're either growing or you're shrinking. So if you have a comprehensive plan that you're putting together, making an expectation and assumption on everything that you do on a projected growth pattern that you perceive to have, if you're not taking care of your housing, in other words, if you're not building housing, if you're not providing the type of housing, in other words, I would contend that the housing, the single family housing that is being built here and has been built here over the last few years is not being provided for what you need it for. In other words, it's for the retirees, the semi-retirees, high net worth individuals, investors. Okay, those are not the people that you want to be having those houses built and utilized for. Okay, those are service demanders. Those are not service providers. So if you're not providing additional housing, again, there's not been a multifamily rental property built here in this community in, I believe, over a decade. So how can you expand and grow the community if you're not expanding and growing the housing? Harking back to my old college days, Psych 101, there was a thing called the Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I don't know if everybody remembers back on that, but it basically has a pyramid, and as a person moves from food, clothing, and shelter to the top of self-actualization, each step in this process of a human being being able to develop and improve, if the components below are not met, it's impossible for that individual to grow. At the very bottom of that is food, clothing, and shelter. The shelter component and housing is a foundational backbone of who we are as human beings. If it's not satisfied appropriately, no amount of effort that you put in above that, if these three items are not satisfied, you're going to fail. And the example that I always use is, it's very difficult to study for a college exam if you're living in your car. So fundamentally, taking care of that basic human necessity of adequate housing, and that adequacy in housing is subject to, it doesn't cost so much that you have to not eat as much as you should, not not take care of the health care. So it impacts everything, because you have to have a place to live. So I would equate that as, I perceive this community as being not able to grow like you want to because of the restrictions and the limitations you have in the community with respect to your housing. So if you're not growing, you're going to decline.
We have to convince the community that there is a need that they might not personally feel. In other words, there may not be a downside to the status quo. I've said before, as long as they go to, and they can get the service providers to come out within a reasonable time, and then go to HEB and there's stuff on the shelf, and We don't hear that classes are shut down because they're not school teachers.
Right.
We don't have people respond to fire, et cetera. I mean, does it have to get to that level before?
I don't know. I mean, I'm sitting here. I'm not really sure if there's anybody else here tonight or today that, is going to speak as far as affordable housing, but it is confusing to me and confounding to me that what I see is a very very untenable situation in this community, subject to what you want to accomplish going forward. Yet I do not see the uproar in the community when you can have 10 or 15 people coming here talking about pickleball, but nobody's showing up talking about housing.
Right.
So I think my perception is, I'm afraid what may happen is there may be a black swan event that is going to tip you over, and it's going to be too late, because this isn't something that you solve in 6 months. Some of the things that you should have been doing on the original comprehensive plan should have been done 10, 15 years ago, which would be mitigating what you're feeling right now. So I don't want to see, which is what it seems like, and I'm apolitical. I try to stay out of this. I try to use an objective role. I don't see cooling off an inflationary capacity by running businesses out of existence and having people lose their jobs. And I don't want to see a downturn here or a downturn in the general economy solve your problem by having businesses close and people losing their job. And so all of a sudden you don't have a employment issue anymore because there's so many people out of work that you've got a good pool of people. So I don't know what that tipping point is, Mayor, but I'm afraid as it will be a black swan event that something's going to happen out of your control, which is just as you're saying now in a macro environment of, and coming out of a pandemic, that the overall, housing is really not in your control, and really all you can do is grasp what can we control, what can we do locally, because as I've said before, is nobody's going to come in and solve the problem for you. So as elected officials, I would think it's your responsibility to have foresight subject to your planning so that the regular people can go about their daily lives and not have to worry about it and deal with it. But there are plenty of people that are out there worrying about it and dealing with it. A lot of them don't have a voice in it, that don't live here. They work here, but they can't afford, they don't live here. So they don't vote, okay? They don't have the, they don't have the standing even to come up here and comment about it. So,
speaking of urgency and what we could do, I wanted to follow up with you. I said earlier in the meeting when they were discussing this issue with Mr. Turpin that beyond making him stew in his own juice for his previous positions and advocacy, I don't know what good it would do to the community for us to deny his petition based on the fact that he just did what the city required him to do.
Right. No more, no less.
But I do see a good to the community to have one less STR, one fewer STR. So I should have said that, yeah, that's the good of the community, but this is not the way to do that.
Yeah.
You said in your report that the housing market is not in balance, which is obvious, and that demand is outpacing supply, and you give key factors, and you list 11. And the first two, one is representative of the non-owner occupied second home buyers posing a risk of gentrification, and you at that time it's 17% in March when the report was filed. And the number two was STRs. Older, smaller legacy housing stock were priced as a business opportunity and priced accordingly. An estimated 17% of our single family homes are current STRs. My question to you is, would you say that the presence of STRs in the quantity that we have in residential zones is a provable hindrance to effectively addressing our housing challenge?
No. I said at the beginning that this community could have no STRs in it, and you would still have an affordable housing problem here, because there's a lot of other communities that are in the exact same boat that Fredericksburg is. Not as, not as grievous, but they still have a substantial affordable housing problem. The other thing I'll say to that is you are what you are. I don't think there's any need, and because I don't think that you're going to reverse it and deny the capacity of having STRs here. So you are what you are. So you learn to live with it, deal with it as you're doing, but you also plan to accommodate it, but make sure that you are overcoming it, because there is some value in the STRs. I'm not an opponent or proponent of. It's a fact of the matter here. It's part of Fredericksburg. Now there's certainly some controls to it, but I think that it's appropriate in some in some neighborhoods, and it's not. It's just you just don't want to get out of control with it. Overall, like I said, it's only 17% of your overall market. There was a substantial interest of new home developers coming in here and building homes. So just make sure if you approve a new STR that you are finding ways for that a new developer to come in here and build 2 more houses to accommodate the STR and accommodate the additional need for that new house for people that want to come in.
Well, what about the argument that turning a property into a revenue producer as an investor and being sold on that basis, the elevation of the price,
Yes.
the impact it has on the elevation of price for all houses? One realtor told me, local realtor told me that an STR permit could equal about a 25% bonus on the sale price.
More than that, I would think.
Okay, so I'm not following what you're saying. If it does have an impact on elevating price and puts people out of the market, and you have a supply demand problem to begin with.
Well, I don't feel like an STR home is elevating the price of a single family home only in one respect. It's supply of them. Okay. I don't think that, I think in other words, you're looking at an apple and a green apple and a red apple, or apple and an orange, because one is income producing. Okay. So there is a additional value placed on that. It's valued totally different on an appraisal that you would look on as a long-term, home ownership type of home. So I would expect, again, without the single family, subject to the desirability of Fredericksburg for those groups of people, like I said, the retirees, semi-retirees, that you would still see that type of price here. You see it in Travis County. They don't have, their percentage of short-term rentals is minuscule. So I can only equate it to that. So I honestly don't think that it's making that effect, because you don't see it with respect. In other words, you see a like kind home, one's 350,000 and the other's 800,000, and they're that same square footage, built the same year, but one's an STR permitted and one's not. So if that was the case, you would see the single family long-term ownership homes a lot closer to the values of the STRs.
So your recommendation would be for us to look at options that accommodate that particular cohort that we're looking to, multifamily type things. And that probably requires new construction based on the fact that we've not had any in 10 years.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Not only that, but the type of multifamily. I mean, there's some developments that are proposed, but it's either age restricted or high income luxury type of communities that are going to be charging $2.50 a square foot. So you're looking at 1,000 square foot unit at $2,500 a month. Your workforce cannot afford that.
I'm finished. Court, counsel.
Just to that point about, correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't have any kind of condominium ordinance, right? It's handled through the CUP process, our favorite. So has that been a deterrent? Do we need to modernize some of our development code more so that we're more attractive to potential developers from that aspect?
So condos are allowed in multifamily housing. All STR condos require a CUP. So I'm not sure if I'm following.
I was under the impression that we don't have any kind of, it was called the condo regime, or any kind of portion of our statute or ordinance that dealt with condos. And like right now, what is it? Say there's 20 built, 8 of those, isn't it 8 is a number? 8 could be STRs. Like, do we need to look at limiting STRs for condos? I mean, is that something to promote more long-term residents versus short-term?
I think I follow what you're saying. Yes. So we have the ability to do condos, but condo STRs do require the CUP, but there's no language around, again, that CUP process. And if we are limiting it, and if it's a conversion of an existing condo facility versus the construction of new. But yes, we wouldn't this came up before where a condo was built and it wasn't explicitly said that there were going to be STRs and they came in after the fact. So I'm not sure what language would be in there, but if you're trying to deal with the STR issue through condos or vice versa.
I mean, either one, whether we're looking at creating more housing, but then if it's going to be swallowed up by investors, do we need some better guardrails in our ordinance to prohibit that from happening going forward on new developments?
I know this is out of order.
I'm happy for you to speak, Polly, as a member of P&Z, and Mike.
I'll have 2 hats on. I'll save my P&Z hat for a second. My first hat was as head of House for Ryan, a nonprofit trying to create middle income affordable housing in our county. We're dead in the water at this point. We solved every problem that we could come up with to solve to make these semi-permanently affordable over 20 to 30 years. Formed our relationship with Affordable Homes of South Texas in McAllen, had everything taken care of. The last thing we needed to do was address the construction problem. And I can tell you we have 2 potential paths to do modular prefab, but then site constructed housing that would meet the financial requirements, but there are no available technologies right now that are willing to take on setting us up with a plant anywhere near here. The closest we may get a plant might be Dallas or Houston. We'd be in a queue, and it's about a 3-year waiting list to get your first production. So we are effectively out of the market for now. And with the interest rates having doubled, basically your mortgage cost doubled in this time frame. We can't see a path where we can produce a home that a plumber, electrician, a teacher, a firefighter, middle manager at HEB could afford to live in. So our target price was $225 to $275. We were going to do second mortgages through the nonprofit to make it more affordable, bring that cost down. The price out in the market to construct, even if we could control it, is right now it's simply not affordable.
Where would those go? I mean, where would the dirt be?
Well, getting the dirt wasn't really as big of a problem as construct. We had the dirt problem solved. I mean, there's ways as a 501(c) for you to acquire land at a discount, and then the seller takes the tax write-off on the difference between what you paid them and what the market value of the property could have been. So finding people in the county that would have some property that they'd make available on that basis was really not the problem. Where we ended up after we started this in 2018. So 4 years later, of course, with the gap from COVID where we couldn't do anything, 4 years later, the critical path item is actually constructing the house at a cost point where the financial model would actually work. And I'm telling you, the construction cost, even with modular, is so far higher than the price point we need. We need to be $100 to $130 a square foot built. And even modular right now is 250 plus. And that's before you even transport the darn thing. I mean, it's outrageous what the construction costs have done. So I'm just telling you, from the standpoint of the nonprofit, we are not going to be moving forward in any way, shape, or form. And thank God we didn't ask anybody for money. We did all this on our own time so that we didn't have the issue of having collected nonprofit funds and no place to put it. So that was smart on our part not to take anybody's money. But I'm telling you right now, just from the affordable ownership, single family ownership model, we just can't see a path, even as a nonprofit, to provide that in our county, not even in the city, in the county at this time, because the economics are just totally upside down for something like that. As a PNZ member and a representative on the comp plan team, we can look at other small towns and see things that they have done to intensify the use of the land that they have available to them. Things like creating incentive zones, looking at certain parts of the city where we have low intensity residential and there's sufficient land there to incent the homeowners to intensify the use of their property as it stands now. These 150 foot, 200 foot deep lots would be ideal to create incentives for them to add ADUs, split the property in half, do an alley facing set of properties where we don't have to add much new infrastructure. We're leveraging the infrastructure we've already got. So it's not a big cost to the ratepayers. And it basically splits the land cost in half between the properties. So you're getting more use on less land. And since we are restricted from doing annexation involuntarily, and we just need to start looking at how do we re-intensify the use of the land that we already have available inside the city limits, but do it in a way that still looks small town. My personal fear is that we end up a donut with a bunch of 3-story, 200 plus unit apartments ring fencing us. And you can stand on the third floor of the apartment and you can look down into downtown, but when you look out, you see nothing but big apartment complexes. I think we can use a lot more R2 to our advantage and use R2 as a way to increase the amount of rentable housing in our community without going so up, but also increase the intensity, quadplex, fourplexes, things like that in R2. But I also think we can do it in a way to incent them to make them long-term rentals, not short-term rentals. So there has to be a way we can look at this where we can look at what other cities have done in terms of STR to LTR conversion incentives, in terms of if you're going to do it, you can do it and we'll defray expenses and things if you make it LTR only and not make it STR. But I think we can look at some incentive programs to incent increasing the number of long-term rental stock available in our community without having to go to the full-scale ring fence ourselves with massive apartment complexes. Not that I have a problem with apartment complexes, I just would like to see them not the only solution.
As an STR owner, what would be an incentive for you to transfer your STRs into LTRs?
I propose a flip back to that. For a lot of for the R1, you can only have one unit. And if you've got 2 units on your property, you can STR one, but you can't LTR the other. And I'd be incenting people to say, if you've got 2 properties on the same, 2 buildings on the same property, LTR the other one. If you're going to STR, then LTR or something like that. I personally, for me, I wouldn't convert my personal one because it's next door to me. And I've been in the landlord business and I've been in the short-term rental business. And I much prefer the short-term rental business to the landlord business.
As does much of our community. So I'm curious
And it's
what would
not,
make it
it's
flip.
not the financial. It's the ability to control the maintenance and management of my property. The long-term rentals, as a landlord in Texas, you are so restricted on what you can do to protect your property from deterioration, decay, mismanagement, no maintenance. And so as a landlord, you're so much more restricted. Whereas a short-term rental owner, I'm in there, I've got somebody in there every week. I can see, the faucet's dripping. Okay, we need to go get a plumber in and do this, or whatever else is wrong. Where I had my long-term rental, my tenant, even though I had a whole deal with her about, you call me the moment something's wrong, she allowed the kitchen faucet sink to leak for a month and a half and didn't tell me. So by the time I actually got in there to fix it, it was a $1,200 fix rather than the $50 fix to fix the little O-ring that it took. So I'm looking at the care and feeding of my property and managing that. So for me, the equation between LTR and STR became clear after I tried long-term rental landlord. It was much more difficult, much more time consuming, a lot less financially viable, and then I had problems with the property. So
incentivizing is a hard thing.
I'm not saying it's gonna be easy. I'm just saying there has to be a way to say, okay, if you want to put if you've got two buildings on your property,
Okay. Yeah.
LTR one.
All right. Thank you, Bob.
Thanks.
Vince, you want to have a seat? I want to have Mike come up and speak, and I didn't want you to get tired. I'm not through with you, Vance. I just wanted you to write. Mike Mahoney?
I won't be but a second.
Yeah.
It astonished me.
This is Mike Mahoney.
I'm sorry, Mike Mahoney, city resident. Astonished me the personal attacks in the earlier presentation. Had nothing to do with the quality of the zoning question that was at issue. It was a matter of personal opinions and voices he taken. I don't get it. And I think everybody needs to step in front of the mirror and look back and go, is that appropriate? Is that the kind of discretion that PUZ should have? I don't think so. I've got a plaid shirt on today. Tomorrow I can't get a permit. I don't get it. But to go back to Polly's comments, again, a mirror. Why did what happened to Dave happen? It happened because 6 months ago, nothing's changed since then. R2 is wide open. The only exception in R2 to being able to develop STRs, you've all heard me say this, is if it's in a historic district, as his was, then the idea always was, well, there may be historical considerations of why we won't let that R2 flip at will. None of those were raised with Dave's issue at all. So, in answer to what Vince was saying, look at R2. You've got higher density areas that can be stopped for STR development. We've got enough. We're not gaining anything from that. And every one of those that bleeds out is another one that's lost that we're asking Vince or paying somebody to take his place to help us find a replacement for it. So please step up and do that now. And, the concepts about causing or motivating outlot owner occupied to become rental units, that's all great. But let's act on R2 ASAP, because talking about levers the city has, there's one, and we got it in the trunk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Any further questions, comments for Vince?
I have a question, Vince. Did I understand that you said 17% are non-owner occupied and 17% are SDR?
That was in the report.
In the report, yes.
So that's 34% of homes in the city that are non-voter homes, right?
Correct.
I was just trying to get that straight in my mind.
Yes.
I didn't know if that
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. Yes, that's second home. 70% second
Right.
home. You're right. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Just 2 comments before I forget. You brought up something at the meeting the other day with respect to converting short terms to long terms, and some people would be willing to do that, but they're afraid they're going to lose their SDR permit. So I'm not sure what the machinations of making sure that that's not done. Maybe as an incentive for people to convert if they knew that further down the line that they'd like to do that. Also, the other comment is I don't think that your zoning, especially in your high density areas, is the reason why you're not seeing the development there. You have your mixed use corridors already. Those are ideal. I just, quite frankly, again, it goes back to what is real estate. Okay, what's the cost of the dirt? Okay, $300,000 for a quarter acre. You've got 2 acres. You know, you can only go up. It's just in the cost of material. It just does not make economic sense right now. So don't spend a lot of time on your trying to tweak your zoning, because I think your zoning is you've got there this tax instrument reinvestment zones and some of those things, you know, within the heart of your community to come back in and get some of that done. I think those are great ideas, but don't make the assumption that you're making a mistake when the issue is a macroeconomic issue and not necessarily here. My issue is more in the outskirts of, do you have sufficient R3 zone and R4 zone property? Are you hell bent on keeping the ETJ purely rural so that you would not have a higher density corridor being developed out one of the thoroughfare areas? So it's those areas that I see that you're deficient on, is in the outskirts, because that is where the land is a lot less costly and where all of the developers are looking to go. But they have transportation issues because it's not on a transportation corridor, or they don't have the capacity to tie into water and wastewater, because if you have a multifamily development, you're not going to see them buy extra 10 acres for a leach field and drilling their own well. Bank would, the lender wouldn't allow it. So it's looking outside in those areas for your long term land use development options and opportunities out in the ETJ, because the cost of dirt is just so great, especially in your corridor, that it only makes sense to do smaller, higher luxury type of developments in town. And again, you want to spend all your time and effort and your incentives on something that you don't really want or don't need. I don't want to say that you don't want it, but you don't necessarily need it. What you really need is the workforce type housing. And that is going to take the possibility of some type of local assistance, again, whether it's the use of public lands or tax exemptions, to get the cost of the development down sufficient so that the developer has room to reduce their rents.
Vince, thank you.
Sure.
Not because we're finished, but for the sake of time, conversation to continue.
Certainly.
Thank you for your
Thank
time
you,
today.
thank
Thank you for your patience. In for a penny, in for a pound, folks. It's we're crowding up on 4 hours. Item number 7G is to consider an update regarding the emergency plan, a management plan, and presentation on the Storm Uri response.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I was planning like an hour speech, but I better hurry up. I think it's getting pretty late. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. First off, I want to thank you all for what you do and the support that our first responders get. As we go through this process here, I think you'll realize how lucky we are all to live here in Gillespie County and have the people that serve our community and our community itself. It's just fantastic, great people to work with. So just so you know, the winter storm Uri came through in February of 2021, and as we went through that whole process, it was it was a long response time. We had a lot of first responders who had little to no sleep for several days as we went through this storm. We had requests that we had never had before when it comes to, we need gasoline, we need firewood. I know the fire department's never delivered firewood, but we have now. So after that storm, we were actually Justin, our emergency management coordinator, did an after action review. Well, TEACS, which is the Texas Engineering Extension Service in College Station and is tied to the Texas A&M University system, does fire training across the world, basically. They went through a lot of AARs that took place because they were trying to replace one of their videos and some training that they do basically all over the world. Somehow they stumbled across our AAR and came to Fredericksburg and asked if they could utilize our response to this emergency for some training that they were going to basically replace their current video with a newer video, and Fredericksburg was chosen to do that. They came in and did a lot of video taping, and basically developed it themselves. So what I have to say is that again, we're fortunate to work here. We have a lot of great people. There were a lot of sleep loss during this. And one of the calls, and now you have to understand, when we activated our emergency operations center, which is on 4 p.m. on Saturday afternoon, we really didn't know what we were going to get into until about probably 8 hours later. We realized, anyway, the calls would come in there, we would prioritize them. And as the night went on, I recall a call that was around 5 o'clock in the morning where we were all actually trying to get everything prioritized, and one of the dispatchers came into the EOC and with basically tears in her eyes and said, we need to put this at the top of the list. There's a lady that called in and said that her sheets are frozen on top of her and she's afraid she's going to freeze to death. My biggest fear through this whole process was that we were going to find someone deceased in their home, and that didn't happen, and I'm very thankful for that. So with that, I want to go ahead and turn it over to Justin. Let him go through, and we actually have a copy of the video that they will be utilizing moving forward.
Just a couple of things before he gets started. AAR, after action report, that's done after every incident. And the second thing, and Justin will probably mention this, the entire state of Texas was impacted by this, some way or another, some areas worse than others. So there were a lot of action after action reports filed that TEACS was looking at, and they chose Fredericksburg. So just keep that in mind.
George, I have you down as a comment. I know you've been here almost 4 hours. Did you want to jump in?
I can do it before or after, but
Okay, go ahead.
yeah. So I apologize for not getting with you before this, because I was going to do that, and we had Thanksgiving and stuff. But my message really is about everyone as individuals and as different entities in our community. The more they're prepared for an event that might happen this winter, the less the city, the county has to do. And if we could help individuals know how to prepare better, either through radio or notices or on our website, I think we would benefit. And I looked online to try to find something that was recent, preparing people in the public for an event that might happen. It's nice and warm, right? But it just takes one weekend, even though we're having La Nina, to have an event like we had in February 2021. So I would look at describing the event that we're most worried about, a combination of ice and cold, power, water, you know, travel, and all those, and say, look, people, if you're a vulnerable person, you can register on this, I think it's called a STEER database, and we'll know that you're a needy, someone who needs medical care. I mean, who knows how to get into that system, either on our side or as individuals. You know, what are the kinds of things you think about to prepare your property, whether it's the trees or how do you turn the water off at the street or you know, check your chimney or whatever. Just a list like that, stocking up of food, water, medications, you know, awareness. Are you aware of alerts? And you know, do you have a family plan? Do you know your neighbors and what they need? And you know, I guess the more we could, as a city, get the word out. I mean, you could go on a radio program or something and tell people now to think about this stuff. Cutting your tree limbs is probably a good idea after that. So, as a complement to a city reaction plan, I think we need to try to prepare individuals and know what the churches are doing or what the school preparations are, you know, so that it's all kind of integrated as a community.
Thank you. Have y'all, you have his list of recommendations and have dealt with that and considered adding that to the report or to the website and that sort of thing? I mean, George has experience in these kinds of things, and I want to honor his recommendations. Where are we on that, Clint?
Sure. George and I had lunch maybe about a month ago or so and discussed some of this. We've discussed it in the past as well. And one of the things I mentioned to George that we've also talked to the council about is the city's own TV channel and the ability to run a banner across the bottom when we're having a special or an event like this, you know, on who to contact if you have certain issues or where a shelter might be located and how to get in contact or whatever the case may be. Social media is hit and miss. The website, hit and miss. You'd be surprised how many people don't visit our website. We get very little traffic and, you know, on certain pages and so forth. So I'd like to continue the conversation with George. I think he makes some very good points regarding just some, you know, here are the top 10 tips for the average citizen in Fredericksburg. Contact information, some, you know, just some things that would be good to do in terms of ensuring that you have medication for, you know, several weeks, and water and general tips on how to maintain trees and things like that in case there's a power outage. You know, here are some options to pursue. So I want to continue the conversation with George regarding that. That's a little bit outside the realm of what we have typically done in the past. But I think it's certainly something that the community could benefit from, just knowing how they can play a part in the response, as George mentioned. So our job is a little bit easier.
Okay. Justin?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Chief did a good job on introducing this video, and that's what we're going to start with. I just want to make one note before we start. It will not be streamed live on YouTube due to copyright issues with Texas A&M. So we'll start with that, and we'll follow up. Go ahead, Eric.
And I'm stepping out. I've seen it, and I love it. I'm just stepping out, and I'll be right back.
Located in the heart of Texas Hill Country, Gillespie County spans over 1,000 square miles and has a population of 26,000. Fredericksburg, the county seat, is home to 11,000 residents. Year-round festivals, numerous tourist attractions, and a wine region second only to Napa Valley. The city averages over 1.5 million visitors a year. For the first time in weather history, the entire state under that winter storm warning. In February 2021, 3 major consecutive storms spread across a large portion of the United States. Known as Winter Storm Uri, it knocked out power to over 5 million people. This unprecedented event had a devastating impact the state of Texas. By February 14th, all 254 counties within the state were under winter storm warnings. Power blackouts spanned the state, with 2/3 of the population losing power and almost half losing water service. Ultimately, the storm contributed to at least 210 deaths and caused at least $80 billion in financial losses within the state. Winter Storm Uri is an unforgettable event that will long be etched into the minds of many Texans, including those in Gillespie County and Fredericksburg. This, then, is their story.
It started on Thursday. We were actually hosting a COVID-19 vaccine clinic at the time. The storm started hitting people in the northern part of the county, reporting, a lot of ice on the trees. They were already losing power.
I visited with my county commissioner, and he told me at that time that they'd already lost power on his place. And I thought that was a little bit odd because the weather didn't seem to be that bad yet. And so I didn't know if that was just an aberration or if that was a preview of things to come.
I do think it was a serious challenge, one that we were not expecting here in this area. We get winter storms every once in a while, but nothing like that.
There was a little bit of pre-planning, but nobody thought it was going to be the extreme that was.
We do not get that much ice ever. I've been in the fire service 45 years, and this is the longest 7 days of my career.
My role as Director of Emergency Management for the county is basically just to make sure that I've got the best emergency management coordinator in place that I can, get the heck out of his way so that he and the rest of the emergency response team can do their jobs.
I received some phone calls that some neighboring counties were going to activate their EOC, so we started talking about the idea, touch base with the city manager, the mayor, and the judge, and we all agreed that that was probably best that we go ahead and activate it.
We're alone on the island right now. No one else is getting to us. And so it was just a great cohesive partnership with everyone in the community come together, as well as our employees and coworkers.
Our emergency planning documents certainly did help. It was really the foundation for how to pull all of these elements together so that we could pinpoint the effort to resolve whatever the major issues were.
We've had training on the plan. We actually had the plan in the EOC to refer to in case there was any questions or confusion. So every decision we made, we wanted to make sure it was in compliance with that plan we had worked so hard to develop and get training on.
We started sending first responders out to these areas to check on people. They had MREs, they had cases of water, firewood, and they would give them to people that wanted the shelter in place. The grape growers gave us big water totes so that we could haul bottled water out to some of those remote areas that were having issues with their water. Forest Service had multiple four-wheel drive vehicles that they provided us, so they were able to go out and fill up people's generators with gas and diesel to keep those people sheltered in place.
People in different positions wear a lot of different hats. The city of Fredericksburg also being a very close-knit organization, we work very well across department lines.
This is a community effort. We work well with the county. We work well with the state. We're just Texans helping Texans, and that's what it's all about during this time. Roads were bad. I mean, they were impassable. I was encouraging people to stay home and not get on the roads. I had several hearings remotely from the house that we already had scheduled. I didn't want to be one of those people that did get out on the road and might have caused responders to have to come and rescue me if something happened. I felt it was better for me just to stay put as well.
They received about 9,000 phone calls over the course of 10 days. I think the largest day was right around 1,600 calls.
If it's an emergency situation, we dispatch that out immediately. But if it's a request for resources, then we would provide that to the Emergency Operations Center, and they would decide how to get those resources to that call.
We were looking at some significant damage, and there was going to be any assistance for us, we would have to have a declaration in place. In Texas, that's only good for 7 days unless the Commissioner's Court comes back and approves to continue it. Well, because the weather lasted as long as it did, we weren't able to have a Commissioner's Court meeting, and so technically my declaration expired at the end of 7 days. I issued another declaration after that 7-day period, and now they were able to take it to Commissioner's Court within the next 7-day period. them to extend it.
We are a combined communication center. We dispatch for all law enforcement, fire, and medical services in Pulaski County. We have several different radio channels that we operate off of. It just so happened that during this event, a couple of those actually went down. We did have one tower that kept operational, and that's how we communicated.
We lost radio communications with dispatch. Then we lost cell phone service. And then we lost electricity.
The 911 system went down at one point, and then once it was back up and going, we started receiving 911 calls from other counties. We started having water issues both in the city and the county.
One rumor that had been brought to our attention was that the city was going to shut down all of the water. We quickly got on social media and said, no, that is far from the truth as you can get. We have no intention of shutting the water down.
There were a lot of power outages out there. They were attempting to work on them. The conditions were pretty treacherous.
We had a strip of our service territory that suffered horrendous damage to trees and lines. And our total destruction area was probably 60 miles by 20 miles and affected probably 6,000 to 8,000 homes.
We did request a helicopter through TM so that Central Texas Electric Co-op could fly their area and assess the damage. And we discussed the possibility of using Texas Forest Service assets to help the local electric co-op on getting the power lines back up for the citizens.
They brought in 3 bulldozers and helped us clear down limbs and areas in order to get back to doing repair and rebuild of lines. And we had about 14-day rebuild of those 1,000 poles.
We had made contact with the Red Cross fairly early on in the event. Unfortunately, they weren't able to come due to the conditions. So the next in line to take that over is our Parks Director.
We actually used with our partner with Fredericksburg Independent School District the elementary school auditorium and cafeteria.
We ended up closing the shelter because we thought most of our residents were ready to go home. Come to find out, some of them still were having issues at home with busted water pipes or not having water.
And so at that point, the First Baptist Church here in town offered to allow us to use one of their rooms, and they actually provided showers at that location. And we all know that a shower can just be such a great morale booster for those that are in a shelter. We have the most amazing needs counselor, Hill Country Community Needs Council. They came through in the nick of time when the shelter got to the point where the county staff they needed a break, especially on the weekends. Through the night shifts, one of my staff got on the email, the schedule filled up so fast. It was just amazing that people were willing to work for the night.
The hospital, they continue to try to function as normal as possible. They obviously ran into the issues with the water supply. We worked with them through that event.
Turn to our meter data management system. We were able to install that system, get it working right before all this happened. We were able to identify a major leak on the line that feeds the hospital, turn a valve to isolate that. They would have had to move about 20 patients out of the hospital, and there was no place to move them to. Having that system in place, knowing how to use it, really helped us through that situation.
Yes, there were some challenges. We were able to overcome those challenges and use the whole community to respond to this emergency.
After we got together, I say the emergency management people got together, evaluated the right things, the wrong things. We learned some things that we need to do different moving forward, just to be better prepared.
I think it flowed because of our previous training. I'm a firm believer in training. I think it brings individuals together.
Those exercises enable us to provide a successful response to this particular event. I went to everyone, most of our county commissioners would go. The mayor would usually be there, and most of the city council would be there. We felt it was important to be there to show people, y'all may be busy, you may have other things, but we do too, but we feel that this is important enough for us to be here. If the elected officials don't think it's worth going to, then why should we expect everybody else to show up? You will have a disaster in your community, and if you're not trained and ready, then you're doing your community a great disservice. That training came together, and everybody
really pitched in, and people were doing things that they don't normally do just to make sure people were taken care of.
Just opens everyone's eyes to how many people, how many different departments, how many organizations, even outside the city of Fredericksburg, organization are involved in something like this.
There was a lot of cooperation in the community from just the general public. Once they got their own things figured out, they're always willing to jump in and help everybody else.
It didn't matter what your job was per se, if you were needed, you helped.
We come together as a community to help. Were we perfect? Absolutely not. Can we improve? Absolutely we can. Will we completely prepare for the next one? We will be better prepared.
Okay, so after that AAR was written, we also had a countywide stakeholders meeting to prepare for the 2022 winter season and moving forward. And out of the AAR and the meetings, we identified three major points that we needed to improve. One was communication, one was more representation in the Emergency Operations Center, and the third was generator power. The communications was taken care of thanks to council and the commissioner's courts on upgrading that radio system. That's going to help us greatly. Now law enforcement, fire and EMS will all be working on the same system, and LCRA maintains that system for us, so it makes it better moving forward. The representation in the Emergency Operations Center, we talked to a lot of stakeholders afterwards, and we had decent representation, but we didn't have a CTEC rep, we didn't have a hospital rep, and having those people in the same room, we can make those decisions to improve the water situation at the hospital and things like that. We could have corrected those quicker. So we've taken care of that. And then the third was generators, the well sites, the wastewater treatment plant, and those radio tower sites all lost power. Thanks to some local construction companies, we were able to get some generators during the storm. But we have taken actions to purchase generators and put them at those locations. And we're currently in the process of installing those at this time. There's been somewhat of a delay due to the supply chain issues. So some of those generators were over a year for delivery. But we are getting those in and we're taking care of that right now. Moving on to the emergency operation plan. So we have an emergency operation plan that the city and the county share. It consists of a basic plan and 23 annexes. The basic plan basically tells us what we're going to do in an emergency situation, and then those annexes break it down more specifically to law enforcement, firefighting, hazardous materials, if we have to open a shelter, how we're going to do that. All of those pieces have to be updated every 5 years, and they're on a rotation. So 1 year we'll update somewhere between 3 to 5, and then it goes on and on and on. Currently, all of them are up to date except for one, and that's Annex Q, and that's for radiological disasters. We currently have some Cold War era monitoring devices. We've purchased new ones. They have not come in yet, so as soon as those come in, that annex will be up to date as well. Some of the annexes don't have the most recent signatures on them due to the recent promotions within the city. I've talked to the state, and they're okay with once Daniel becomes the judge, we will update all those right after the first of the year because they require signatures from both the city and the county. So that's where we're at on that. This plan gives us the basic ideas of what we need to do in an emergency situation. It doesn't cover everything. It tells us how we're going to act in the National Incident Management System. There's going to be an incident commander. There's certain things the judge and the mayor have to do for us to do certain things, but it doesn't solve all of our problems. It gives us a starting point, and then we go from there on making decisions on how we can best serve the community. We also have a hazard mitigation plan. It's also due to be updated every 5 years, and we're in the process of doing that right now. It identifies 12 natural disasters that could happen here in Gillespie County and Fredericksburg. They're ranked, and then we put forth some efforts on what we're doing to improve that situation. We're currently in the process of holding 3 public meetings. The first one's going to be this Thursday, December 8th at the fire training room for public input on that. And we will update that and move forward with that in the middle of next year. And then the electric department, after Winter Storm Uri, there was all the issues with ERCOT and the rolling brownouts and all across Texas. So legislation required municipalities that provide electricity to come up with their own emergency operation plan. So Chris and Lee worked with a third-party contractor, and they came up with an electrical department emergency operation plan, and it has 7 annexes as well. They're required to train on it annually, and it's updated annually. Last week, we held that annual training with the electric department, myself, and a representative from the Texas Division of Emergency Management. So they did that, and then it'll be updated yearly as needed. As for training kind of hit a wall during COVID, as most of you know, and then we had a very busy 2022 fire season. So and we had training that was canceled because of that. So we're hoping that in 2023 we can get more training out there. There's going to be some training that Daniel has to go to when he becomes the judge. So we will offer that to the council as well if they want to participate in that. This class that they're going to use the video for, we're actually hosting that on February 7th, and I've sent that to the mayor and other people so that you can sign up for that and go to that as well. And that's really all I have on the emergency operation plan, and if y'all have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you all. Well done. All right. Item 8, City Manager's Report.
Sorry about that. Starting out with an item that Anna is going to cover regarding short-term rental permitting and code enforcement. Anna.
Yes, so a few items to update you with. Last time you met Jan Musgrove, our new STR specialist, and she and Shelby have been working diligently to process a lot of the STRs that were in a pending status. Now we at least have 539 approved permits and 512 pending permits. And then the mayor had asked for some specific numbers for the number of STRs in R1. We currently have 478 STRs in R1. Do you want me to go through all those, Gerald, that you would ask for?
Sorry?
The types of STRs.
Oh, I was asking for absentee owner, outdoor amenities,
yep,
and those that have been denied or expired.
So a subcategory, yes, okay, go ahead.
The number is what I was asking.
Subcategory list of permitted STRs in R1. Absentee owned, we're not able to provide that at this point. Permitted for occupancy above 8. We have 140 units with occupancy above 8. Those that advertise outdoor amenities, such as hot tubs, there are 225 that advertise for hot tubs and 47 that advertise with pools. A list of STRs in any residential zone with permit issues, such as denied or expired, we have 99 of those. And a hard count on number of permitted STRs in R2 zones, there are 168. There was a question about Jan's position and what she does, and she reviews all STR applications, new and renewals. She assists the public with the permitting and application process. Right now, we're still using Granicus, and she works with code enforcement regarding compliance and enforcement issues, and works with the new hotel occupancy tax specialist that finance has hired. That person will start in January, and so they'll obviously be working close together, and then she will actually issue the permits and schedule STR inspections. On the code enforcement side, this last weekend, there were 25 total citations written. 15 of those related to STRs, mostly dealing with lighting and trash. But we have also started the administrative hearing process. We've hired Joe Mursky to fill that role. And we had, the last week was the first round of a hearing date to have a hearing if needed. There were 4 citations that were sent out, and all 4 of those paid before the hearing date. So this is more of an expedited process for handling these types of violations, such as trash and watering. This Friday represents the second hearing date, and so far 2 of the 7 violations have already been paid. So we may or may not actually have a hearing on Friday. And an update on the STR software. Granicus, we've had some issues, but they have given us a new senior project manager and promised us some expedited priority. And they've given us some new timelines of when we can expect some improvements to the system we've got. And we do have a public hotline through Granicus that's available now. So people can do online reporting through the webpage, or there's a phone number they can call, and if they have an issue, speak to someone that will document it in real time. And then code enforcement and Jan will get that information pretty much instantly.
Just STRs paid.
I believe so. I know people are still directly reaching out to Janelle to do that. But that is one of the priorities to be fixed. So I'm not 100% sure that they're still currently able to do it online, but it's one of the priorities, and they can reach out directly to Janelle.
So the software system is working better. We're going to stick with it.
At this point, it is working a little bit better. However, we're making plans to transition away from Granicus currently.
So we're still looking at others.
We're currently looking at others as well. That's correct. There's no system out there that works perfectly. We're talking to people that are using another software package that we considered early on that are having issues. We have other cities contacting us wondering how Granicus is working for us because their system is not working well for them. So we haven't found the perfect solution for this. So it's a combination of manual work, as Anna mentioned, the hot remittance working directly with a staff person versus through Granicus, and a combination of that and actually utilizing the software. So it's a work in progress. It's disappointing that we're in the position that we're in, but we're trying to work through that as best we can.
Okay, my other question is you told me that a number of, and I saw Ray out Sunday afternoon, so apparently you do have people working on the afternoons or on weekends, but how many, you hear, I guess, trash ordinance and noise, but are there others or majority where there are like 10 noise complaints or what?
Right. When it comes to noise complaints, and I sent the council the only one that we've had reported to the police in the last 3 weeks was one with respect to an STR that occurred at 1:30 in the morning, 1:27 to be exact. It was a party in a hot tub. Neighbor called in. Police officer responded to that. I tried to make contact with the identified local contact individual. I didn't get an answer, didn't get a call back. So 2 citations were issued for violations. One for a violation of the noise ordinance, nuisance after 10 p.m., and the other non-response to the local contact person. Since then, there haven't been any noise complaints that have been reported to the city. However, over the last 2 weeks, I just asked for an update of all code violations from Ted Boyer yesterday, and he broke it down. Out of 112 violations, 54 of those were related to STRs. And these are minor violations. The majority of them, we had a total of 54 trash violations. A lot of residents violate this ordinance as well. Out of that 54, 30 of them were related to STRs. Lighting offenses. When you drive around, when I've driven around with others and looked at some of the activity at night, it's easy to tell an STR by the lights in the backyard a lot of the times. Out of 16 lighting offenses, there were 12 of those that were related to short-term rentals. And the other ones are, there's some parking. There are some SDRs operating without a permit, expired permit, those types of things. But again, out of about 112, roughly half of those related to SDRs and the majority of those trash violations. And when we run across something like that, the STR is very high occupancy. They might need another trash can. That sort of thing can be resolved. But we're really, as we're moving forward, seeing kind of a division in the violations between minor and major. The minor violations being those that code enforcement deals with during the day, can be handled through that administrative adjudication process. The major violations are those that happen in the middle of the night where the neighbors call in generally about the activity. Those are being handled by PD. Those are being routed through municipal court currently.
Any other questions?
I have a question on the 112 violations. Is that everything that's been collected that's in the process of going to either municipal or the civil court?
That's correct. That's everything that's been cited in the last, well, since November 18th.
And
Up to through Sunday of last week.
okay, and then everything prior to that, is there a plan to get those handled?
Right. We're also working on that backlog at this time. I don't have a real good answer for you at this point. We were working through some of these that had been backlogged since the August timeframe, so we continue to work with municipal court and hand those.
Okay. What else?
We have one more update Shelley would like to give regarding boards and commissions. Shelley.
So last Thursday, Anna, Daniel, and I held an orientation per se, or training for about 14 members of boards and commissions who attended. And at that same meeting, we rolled out the new board and commission form, which I gave you each a copy of. And at the same time, each one of them was given a board and commission advisory handbook, which I also gave you a copy of. So that will be the normal process for all new members.
Thank you. Very well done. Item 8. I'm sorry, 9.
Future agenda items. Okay. Mayor, Council, this is for the Tuesday, December 20th meeting, and this is a meeting that we do try to keep a little bit shorter, getting close to the holidays, and some council members may be gone, winding down just a little bit, but we currently have 7 items on the agenda, and I just added 8 today. Starting with the minutes, we have a water line project that just bid, construction contract award. The good news on that one will be the project is about $1 million under budget. 3, STR permitting and code enforcement. Again, this will be under city manager's update, just an update on the STR activity, permitting and code enforcement over the next couple of weeks. We have 2 conditional use permits, 4 and 5 at 511 West San Antonio and 510 Mueller. I don't know if, Anna, you want to add any detail on that regarding P&Z or otherwise at this point?
4, 5, and 6 all will be heard by P&Z tomorrow.
Okay, will be heard by P&Z tomorrow. So the Z-2231, the text amendment to the zoning ordinance, has to do with the Louisiana court case. Finally, performance agreement for Allstat Phase 1 single-family residential development. And I added an 8th proposed golf course management contract approval. We'll have, again, 2 different versions of that in front of the council for consideration for approval. That's all I have at this point, unless you want to move an item or 2 off or on to the agenda.
Yeah, council, for the sake of time, if you wouldn't mind visiting with city manager about any of your recommendations, unless there's something you really want to bring up now for a future agenda. If it's something to ponder, we can move on.
That may be something we can bring back after the first of the year. What I would like to do is really collect the responses from the individuals that spoke today, be a little bit more comprehensive with their input. Potentially even discuss with the council forming a committee with all of the associations involved. Again, to even the playing field, make that effort very fair and have that input. Bring back those recommendations to the council at some point for consideration, probably after the first of the year. There's some other sports related items that we'll be talking about over the next several weeks that may influence that a little bit as well.
Because won't they be setting their schedules in January?
Yes, ma'am.
So
They're beginning to do that, right.
Okay, good idea. Thank you.
All right. Item 10 is executive session. We have 5 matters to deal with, all in the government code sections. One is consultation with attorney, personnel matters, and real estate. Appointment of a public officer, specifically city attorney. Appointment of a public officer employee, specifically a vacancy on the historic review board. Consider and discuss the purchase, exchange, lease, or buy property located in the vicinity of Lady Bird Municipal Park. Consider and discuss a state of Texas Association against Fredericksburg annexations versus the city. And consider and discuss preliminary analysis and recommendation of the council prepared by legal counsel regarding a pending ethics complaint.
I move we go from a regular session to executive session.
Second.
Motion second to go into executive session. Regular, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And so we go to the
I move that we, ready? Hello. I move that we appoint Robin Kauser to fulfill the vacant term on HRB.
Second.
I was second.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Have a motion from Council Lady Kirchner and a second from Council Lady Joseph. Any further discussion to appoint Robin Kauser to the unexpired term in HR?
Aye.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. Second item has to do with the recommendations from outside counsel on this ethics violations complaint.
I move that regarding item 10E, the ethics complaint, an administrative enforcement hearing need not occur and no enforcement under the ethics ordinance is needed or suggested.
Second.
Motion second to accept those two recommendations from outside counsel. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Daniel, do you know, is it okay now for me to share the memorandum from the outside counsel with staff? I mean, with Clinton and you, or how do I handle it? I told the council I would forward it to them.
The communication is protected by attorney-client privilege. You're the client, the counsel, so you can waive that privilege and release it if you want to. I don't know the content of it, so it's hard for me to say.
Okay, does it need to be an action item? I can just share him the gist.
I'm sorry?
I can just